Yo. Yo. How goes? We got a tournament today. I'm playing vampire accounts. It's gonna be a good one. Lots of signups today. So we'll be generating the bracket in but a minute. Remember to check in. Alright. There's 2 people that we gotta remind to check in. And then we can start. What's up, Idol? So, vampire counts. Are hex rates good? Okay, the 55 physical resist. They technically have a lot of HP for a cav unit. They're resisting about as much damage as Black Knights, but they got that 94 speed. So they're actually one of the fastest cavalry units in the game. They also have 100% armor piercing damage. They'll also die to most everything, especially magic damage. Because I think magic damage arrows will do like twice as much damage to these guys as Black Knights. But 94 speed is intriguing. Is the tournament starting? Yeah, I'm just waiting for these last minute check-ins. Looks like B6 checked in. Rec did not. We're gonna have to move on without him. The tournament begins. Here we go. Let's generate the bracket. Goblins. Round 1 has begun. I'm up against Getsem. Alright. Yo. I'm vampire counts. Should be chill. I'm gonna try hex race. I can't not. They just seem so interesting. And then we'll see if we can get a composition that complements them. I guess the big downside is they cost a lot of money. Guess one Edge of the Darkwood. Here we go. And armor blocker. All that. Hey Mura, what's up? Thank you for the good luck. So we're up against Skaven. Skaven, generally pretty chumpy. They have a hard time versus armored cav. Against hex rates? I don't know, we'll have to see. Edge of the Darkwood's a pretty big map. What else could we experiment with? I also want to try like crazy Graveguard builds where you just take like an absurd number of Graveguard, because I think everyone's been going for the lighter infantry vampire counts meta, and mass Graveguard might actually cook super hard. You could probably play vampire counts a lot like Khorne by just spamming the normal Graveguard. Black Coach is pretty jokes. Unfortunately, there's too much magic damage for Banshees to really do well, but we're doing a bit of both. Bit of try-harding, bit of testing. So, let's see. First things first. Ikit Claw. He's a spooky lord that we gotta deal with. He's a very spooky lord indeed. Oh boy, I don't know how I feel about these units. Let's see here. Icket Claw. Honestly, most of the time you can just snipe Skaven Lords. Sometimes they'll play super safe with them though. And then you'd rather have zombies. Zombies can be really good for shutting down their artillery and stuff. But then, like, are you gonna get your Lord sniped? A few ways to go about it. Yo, can you ever go wrong with White Kings though? God, White Kings are insane. I feel like White Kings are just so good, man. They're just so good. Do they ever not get monstrous amounts of value for their price? Okay, let's try this. Dire Pack is weird. The doggos. Don't know how I feel about them. Although, like a mass doggo vampire counts, it does intrigue me. It does intrigue me greatly. Ooh, alright. I got some weird shenanigans. Oh boy. Okay, so I'll take this. I'll take that. And that should be good enough. Let's see. You know what? Sure, we'll run that too. I'll take one of these units. Alright. Either this is brilliant or the worst thing I could ever do. I like to think that it leans closer towards brilliance though. Let's see. Oh boy. Oh boy, here we go. God. This army comp is such a throw. Just in case, let's just take one of these. Alright, there we go. Slightly less throwy army. Let's see if we can cook. I know Maximilianaire has sworn off hex rates completely. What if you, like, treat them like your Pegasus Knights, though? Because, like, Pegasus Knights actually see play from Charix, right? So, like, if you're just good enough, your hex rates never get caught. The wife and I love your streams. That's awesome, man. Here's to more crazy content in the future. I did have an idea for a campaign. Isn't this matchup free? It is. That's why I get to experiment a bit. Would Dread Knights be a good pick if they had anti-infantry? Depends how much. Are you talking like Cold One Dread Knights? Because honestly, they're already seen every once in a while. That elite cavalry is just kind of hype. But yeah, I have an idea for a campaign. I want to try a no economy campaign. I want to try a zero econ campaign. So like no economic buildings. We're gonna have like minus like 10,000 gold per turn. Does it make sense? I don't know. Do it with Chaos Dwarves easy. I was thinking of doing it with High Elves. I feel like that would be pretty fun. There's a few factions where you could cheese it, but High Elves is a nice. I feel like you know, they got good armies. It's a solid challenge. Average Scarbrand campaign, yeah. You can get free armies as Norse, good too. Here we go. But yeah, like a conventional faction. Is it possible with a conventional faction? I must know. Also, we might have a mini disaster battle that we will get to play later today. So look forward to that, people. Finally got my campaign video edited and output. All right, here we go. Ready, good luck, have fun. So I'm not starting with Hex Wraiths, because I gotta get a feel for them, right? We're gonna start with just a Cav max. We're playing speedy vampire counts. The slowest unit in the army are my White Kings at 33 speed. Other than that, everyone is very spoody. Got some Karen Wraiths, got Doggos, Cavalry, Hex Wraiths at 94 speed. Does it work or does it suck? These guys are 38 speed. Yeah, can we play fast vampire accounts? Technically, you can cover your ethereal units with you can cover them, right? With your dudes, with the Cav. We'll have to play super safe with them. Wolf Rat's interesting. Without magic damage? Oh my gosh. Warplock Giselles. Kind of terrifying, actually. So Night Runners with slings, backing it up against the Crypt Ghouls. He doesn't really know how many Crypt Ghouls are here. And I have my cavalry. So, yeah, we're just gonna take a very aggressive fight. I should be fairly commanding in terms of overall space. It really is just the one Giselle that could potentially do anything to me. But the White Kings are perfect for that. And then we're gonna save up for the Hex Wraith. We're gonna save up for the sick Hex Wraith unit, and then maybe I can kill these guys. Huzzah! There it is. Oh boy. This Hex Wraith better cook. Alright. This can't be too bad though, right? So, Black Knights of the normal variety have 78 speed. That makes them pretty chonky. We're gonna get a little zombie summon over there. They have anti-infantry, which makes them perfect for killing these wolf rats. So that's not a big deal. We caught off their retreat, and he has stretch along with flensing. So we don't want to get flensing. So I'm just gonna pull back from that. We're just gonna use some exquisite cavalry micro here to save ourselves. Okay, this is flensing number 1. There it goes. Can Kemmler disengage? Honestly, he didn't hit a lot of my cav with it, so I think we're fine. Hex Wraiths are in. And I'm gonna see if I can make a lot of use of my healing here. Healing's gonna be super important. Without it, my cavalry's just gonna die. Look at them Hex Wraiths though. They're cooking it up. Hex Wraiths are doing well. Cavalry got the disengage. And it appears, indeed, they do rout off his doggos, which means I can probably kill off them Giselles soon. There we go. There we go. God, they really are squishy. They're so squishy. Hey, we're winning this fight. At least. There you go. Doggos are chased off the map. That's huge. No more doggos. No more doggos over here. Nice, nice. Alright, get them Hex Wraiths. They have 85 speed. They're getting slowed by being tired or something, I guess. Let's bring in another. We're gonna bring in yet another. And we'll see what work they can get here. Now, these slingers will do a lot of damage to them. But if I kind of just treat them like wild riders, maybe it works out just fine. You know, just hit and run strats. We already damaged them Giselles. They lost some entities there. Perfect. There go the natty boobos. Nice. And even though he has captured 1 point, it looks like we're doing pretty good, right? So to keep running. They're basically wild riders, right? They're wild riders. Very fast, high damage, but they die instantly. But like, it doesn't mean I can't just send them into these Night Runners, right? They should still do pretty well there. Alright, there we go. And now for the sickest of plays. Now we use the power of healing. It's been a while. But vampire counts, right? If you're gonna go for Nahek, you better get overcast on 4 units at once. That's how you get the heals optimized. Did it heal them up at all? Not really. I feel like it didn't heal them up that much. God, the healing nerfs really hurt him. Well, we can still at least kill off these Jazales. Honestly, not the worst. Not the worst, right? I will need to send a Crypt Ghoul to capture the far point. We're really making use of our mobility here. I did lose 1 cavalry unit over there, too. It's a little unfortunate. He does have the artillery. Okay. I should just be able to run that down. And then, yeah, and then, like, I just have to deal with the infantry problem, right? And obviously we get Karen raids because we've killed off most of his magic damage. We'll do that. I can traverse through the forests. That part's just fine. Kemmler does have healing. He has a healing aura around him. That's going to help out my dudes quite a bit. Looks like he is going for the middle point, but trading is still vastly in my favor. Get Scab Scrath. Scab Scrath is great. Can't go wrong with it. And there we go, just like that. The back door is open. And you know, the Hex Raid, yeah, if you really compare them to Wild Riders, they're kind of just like worse Wild Riders. And we all know Wild Riders are sick, right? Let's see here. There we go. Nice. Pretty good charge over there. If you babysit them to hell and back, they're not as bad as you'd expect. Are they good? I don't know. 1400 is very expensive. Though technically it means I get more value every time I heal because they cost so much. Is that worth? I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to see. Okay, doggos, you can go back in there. Huge route over there at least. He's splitting up to try and steal my points, but that will spell doom for my opponent because he will only down trade more and more. And remember, they cause terror too. So they're like Wild Riders that cause terror. Aren't they still bugged? I don't know. It seems like they're doing fine. What's bugged about them? Is there like was there a thing just screwing them over where they don't deal damage? I think I saw some people saying that in chat. Seems like, you know, seems like they're hitting decently, at least. You can't go wrong with the terror either. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, 1200. Hell yeah. And look at that. I got Karen Race on Tretch. 2 units you never thought you'd see. Oh my gosh, dude. I have so much terror. It's actually kind of sick. Everything's routing, man. Absolutely everything's routing off the battlefield. Again, another invocation of Nahek. This is like old school vampire count shenanigans. You just gotta get the mass Naheks. Hey, you know, if it got nerfed, it has to be good, right? Anyways, I think map and matchup wise, this was very advantage for me. So don't think this makes anything. Don't think this actually saves anything here. Here we go. Yeah, I guess if you compare them to Hell, to Seekers of Slanesh, they're basically Seekers that cost 400 gold more. I guess that is true, yeah. That really makes them seem pretty bad, doesn't it? 400 gold Seekers. Ah, yes. Amazing. But yeah, you can kind of make that comparison. You know, they have more HP than Seekers, I think. They have very little armor, but yeah, 40% more expensive. Oh boy. Well, at least we killed Tretch. He's dead. Hello, capture point. My opponent has gone too wide for his own good. And that will be his doom. Look at these guys, almost heal capped. Sick. Kambler. Stuff him up with the zombies. And he taps out. Interesting. Interesting. How do we feel about that? I feel like hex rates, honestly, just they're like, as a unit, they're not that bad. It really is just that price is kind of ludicrous. But you can heal them. Let's see. So that's vampire counts versus Skaven. Vampire counts win. Charek's got a buy round, so he needs a Swiss point. Value, yeah, we'll check in a second. Charek's, get him that Swiss point. Value, so my Black Knights did okay. Ghouls did okay. But the hex rates, looky there. Looky there. This is 1,800. 1,400. They both paid for themselves. Amazing. It's mostly because they were getting fed dogs, but yeah, this is a very favorable matchup for vampire counts. But yeah, it's, you know, fear and terror is just good. It's just good, right? Like, you know, I think if you micro really well, like I bet Charek's could make hex rates look pretty spooky. Can I make them look spooky? Hard, maybe. I might just try them because no one even expects hex rates a lot of the time. And then I basically just have to use them like Seekers of Slaanesh, right? Can we do a quick test? So if you compare, so like take a look at this. If I'm playing Slaanesh, right, and it's Scarbrand. Man, this is so bugged. And we got Scarbrand, and then I have 2 Seekers. Let's compare Seekers to hex rates, and we'll see if they're goated or not. Look at their stats versus vampire counts. Or are the stats way different? The Karen rate's shredded Tretch, though. I would not say shredded, considering it's Tretch, but they definitely beat him. Took them like 2 minutes. But yeah, so if we just get Seekers, right? They dumpster Scarbrand. You know, without cycle charging. These guys, yeah, they got poison. They got magic damage. So they can kill Scarbrand. And they've only taken like half their HP. This is like without cycle charging. Pretty crazy. That's actually insane. What the crap? Okay, and then we go on to the vampire counts. With hex rate action. What is it gonna look like? The Cold One Knights and Dread Knights now have the same model as Seekers. I don't know what you mean by same model. Do you mean like hitbox? Dread Knights are used. Dread Knights are absolutely used. Yeah, Knights of the Ebon Claw. It's just Dark Elves don't see a lot of play. Alright, so hex rates on the charge against Scarbrand. Yeah, way less damage on the charge. That was... So the Seekers brought Scarbrand down to like half HP. So these guys are basically like mega budget Seekers. But they can be healed, I guess. But they can be healed. I guess they can be healed. If you leave him in combat against Scarbrand, you know, the 100% AP is not bad. Considering you're spending 800 more gold on these guys, it's pretty disappointing. So technically, the magic damage shouldn't matter that much because they have more HP than Seekers. So Hex Wraiths have 7,400 HP. If you go to Slanesh, these guys only have 5,700. So they actually do have a lot more HP, like significantly more. Yeah. On paper, it looks like they should be very similar, but they do perform worse because of hitboxes, I think. At least I believe that's what word on the street says. If you do a raw stat comparison, they have higher physical resist, they have more HP, their stats are slightly worse. Actually, the melee attack is a lot worse. They don't have poison, but the slow is nice. And undead means that they crumble instead of disintegrating, which is a huge bonus. On paper, Hex Wraiths look like they should be way tankier than Seekers because of that physical resist. And they are slightly tankier, they just have so much less damage. And these guys have devastating flanker, which is kind of insane. So like Seekers do their job better than Hex Wraiths. What do you think about Double Master on Cold One Goon Squad? Oh, it's, you know, it's kind of like the Paladin Goon Squad, but it's not that great because they can't heal. Most of those types of builds that use double hero on horses, you need to have some sort of healing to stop them from just dying in a slow grind, or like spirit leeches or something. Just have a little bit less vampire counts cav. But the cav is so hype. Yo, people said Hex Wraith animations are bugged or something. Or like they don't actually land their hits. Can we test this? Also, yeah, ghost units are really just worse demons, aren't they? Although demons are also pretty low armor. Generally speaking, ghost units will have less HP. Although Hex Wraiths have more HP than most cavalry, so what's screwing with them? They should have mass. 750 mass. It looks like, yeah? They're landing hits. Like, it's really, it's not, I think it's just the price. I think that's what it is, right? So CA makes you pay a lot of money. CA makes you pay a lot of money to get these guys out. Like 1,400 is kind of insane for just a shock cavalry unit, just like a normal shock cav unit. And we already know that like Seekers are better. We already know that if I could replace, like if you just had Seekers for 1,400, I think Vampire Counts would rather run that. Dang. Still though, I think they might actually, especially with the healing, they might actually be able to cook. Because the healing is so huge with such a high HP pool. Healing's percentage based. Can Isabella heal them? This is heroes and lords only. I think if any faction had Seekers, well, Seekers at 1,400 specifically. Would they run them at 1,400? Dwarves sure would. What are the ROR ones? So the Regiment of Renown one has a chilling aura, which is a minus 30% speed effect, which is pretty hype. How do these guys compare to Wild Riders? Are they just expensive Wild Riders? So Wild Riders. Wild Riders have less HP, less physical resist. They have Frenzy, which will help their melee stats a lot. Speed is very similar. Hex rates cause terror. But the Wild Riders are 400 cheaper. Oh my god. Hey, these guys have armor piercing though. Wild Riders don't have that. Not a lot of charge bonus, however. Slowing aura is kind of cool. Magic damage is kind of cool. Still though, it's just that price difference is insane. If hex rates cost like 1200, I think that would be much more apt. Whew. You can compare them to Wild Rider shields, but these guys end up being way tankier because they have silver shields. I didn't know they had silver shields, dang. It's actually pretty impactful. But yeah, is there any way we can easily heal our cavalry here? Watching an older stream, I played Vampire Counts. You use Invocation of Nahek on crumbling units, broken morale. In the tooltip, Nahek doesn't heal broken units. No, Nahek is, you can't cast it if your leadership is broken. Yeah, so it says can use if leadership is higher than broken. It means the caster, not the unit. So you can save crumbling units by healing them. Don't you worry. Affects units if undead not below a platform or on a platform, hit point replenishment cap not reached. Yeah. Yeah. Finally learned that hex rates were the worst cav in the game. The worst cav in the game? I think we could find worse. Okay, actually, price-wise, Blood Crushers are very similar. Would I rather have Chaos Knights of Khorne or Hex Rates? Both of them are extremely overpriced. This one is way tankier. Hex Rates have way higher damage. Honestly, yeah, Hex Rates would probably be worse than Chaos Knights. Let's see here. Where's the solid garbage cav? Where's some truly hot garbage? There's gotta be something. Sylvan Knights. Sylvan Knights are kind of like hex rates now, though. Their big old fat charge is really good. Low entity count. Cathay Cav, absolutely not. It's like the best Cav in the game. Let's see. Is there a Demons of Chaos Cav unit that kind of sucks? We could go to... Okay, definitely not Beastman. Norska has Skirmish Cav. Kislev has Great Cavalry. High Elf Cavalry? Nah. They actually do see play. Ogre Kingdoms. Honestly, I might rather have Hex Rates than Mournfang Cav. Having used Mournfang Cavalry, every time I see them, they just suck. That might just be a me thing though, but I feel like these guys are just garbage. They're so expensive and they like die to infantry instantly. They feel pretty bad. Are they worse than Hex Rates though? I don't know. What would I rather be forced to bring? Yeah, Mournfang. So Crushers are the bigger ones. Lizard Armored Cold Knights. They're so slow. Yeah, but they see more play than Hex Rates. Yeah, I don't know about these guys. It's like a hard maybe, but like I think they would have more niche uses than Hex Rates. Like I think if I was a dwarf player, I would rather have Mournfang Cav or Crushers than Hex Rates. Swords of Chaos. Oh, okay, yeah. Now we're talking. So Swords of Chaos are 1,500 gold. They only have 24 models. And yeah. Oh, I don't know. Let's actually just see them real quick. How do they compare to Hex Rates? So the Hex Rates took like what, 1/3 damage, killing one Forsaken unit. One more match till the next round, by the by. Flying Taco is crying right now. Okay, his micro is pretty good. Maybe it could just be a me thing. All right, so let's take a look at these guys, all right? So, Swords of Chaos. They have Apocalyptic Charge. Apocalypse. That did not do much. Yo, they're huge. These guys are huge. Jeez. Another great thing is that they have insane armor. Yo, these guys are basically the Mournfang cav of Chaos. And it seems like they do actually do better. You know, honestly, they're not that bad. I think I'd probably still rather have the Nurgle cav than these guys, but they're probably not as bad as I think people give them credit for. Although I will say, taking this much damage from Forsaken's a little bit embarrassing. Apocalypse. Dude, their impact feels so weak, man. Oh my god. It must be an animation thing, maybe. Basically Grail Guardians. You can kind of heal them. 2, because you have Nurgle magic now. So let's just compare them to Grail Guardians real quick. Grail Guardians have more entities, less damage. Melee defense is very similar. The problem is they don't have Perfect Vigor or Blessing of the Lady. But... oh, and they have 70 speed. No wonder their impact damage sucks. Impact damage is affected by speed. 70 speed is garbage, man. Oh boy, it's real bad. Holy crap, they get bested by Rot Knights. Imagine being slower than Nurgle Cavalry. Yeah, so that's the problem, right? So Rot Knights are your proper hard hitters. Swords of Chaos are like way too slow. And then Rot Knights have that tankiness. Skull Crushers. Grail Guardians are more expensive, it's true. But I would pay 400 to get that Perfect Vigor. Just the speed being maintained after charging a ton is really important. Bacon Cav is also 70. Yeah, but they make up for it in numbers. So cheap slow Cav is totally fine. Right? Because who cares if you get charged if you're going to have some Boar Boys countercharging whatever hits you. They cost 650. It's you can actually afford 2 of them for the price of 1 Cav most of the time. You have Boar Boy Big Guns, which are 70, but they're still supported by normal Boar Boys. So it's not that bad. And they only cost 900 too. That's as much as like High Elf, you know, Silver Helms. It's not that expensive. But yeah, the big problem is like when they get tired too. So like expensive cavalry have to stick around for a long time to pay for themselves, which means that they're gonna get tired. Boar cavalry are kind of send and forget. They go into the fight, they crump, they die, and then you resummon them. So they'll do fine. They don't need a lot of vigor. These guys, however, they definitely need some sort of vigor regen. Anyways, would I rather run these guys or Hex Wraiths? Honestly, if I could heal these guys with a Hex, probably Swords of Chaos. What else is there to experiment with? I really want to try Mass Graveguard. I feel like Graveguard maxing and playing it like Khorne is pretty hype. Because I think a lot of people are bringing anti-light and not anti-armor against vampire counts. The meta is super duper on the lighter infantry. Okay, nice. We're up against B6. Yo, yo. All right. Here we go. I'm vampire counts. Let's let them know at goblins round 2. Here we go. Vampire counts ever bring the crossbow, handgun, or Sylvanian dudes? No, they're not. They're not allowed in multiplayer. They're campaign exclusive, sadly. Vampire counts would need a whole rebalancing before you could add those guys. So, Crystal Lake. That's a pretty nice map for me. I'll take a Crystal Lake. I'll ban... what? What should we ban? Lizardmen? And, I don't really need to ban Norska. That's fine. Greenskins are pretty chill, too. I'll ban Lizardmen and, Skaven on Crystal Lake. If he has a build to win with Skaven, that would be pretty bonkers. I don't want to play against Skaven again, though. We already played against them once. So, it's either going to be Beastmen, Greenskins, or Norska. I want Armored Squigs in multiplayer. Oh my gosh, Armored Squigs. They'd be pretty good. He's playing Greenskins, Mad Lad. Absolute Mad Lad maneuver. Alright. Thankfully for me, I'm pretty sure Greenskins are hella chumpy. Yeah, what can he do with Greenskins? So, he's gonna be spamming Boar Boys against me. That much is true. He could get some sick Colossal Squig action. Let's see here. He could get like a Doom Diver Catapult. I guess that can be pretty annoying. Is there anything I really have to be like big worried about though? I feel like probably not. Probably not. He's just gonna have like a bunch of cav, right? Just a bunch of cav, a bunch of archers. The works. Go Vlad. Nobody expects Vlad. The Vlad play is pretty crazy. That's a pretty crazy idea. Okay, you know what? Let's try some of this. Okay, I guess like Vargeists are like... Vargeists are the better hex rates if you want like a shock damage. If you want a shock damage unit. There's even the Devils of Schwarzhaven, which are a terror-causing Vargeist unit. So, yeah. Anyways, let me check my faction threat spreadsheet. So they can bring Doom Divers, Mantide, Black Orcs, Rock Lobbers, Kite, Cav Spam. They could Rampage. That part's actually pretty spooky. Nets are pretty spooky. Vindictive Glare, Ruglets, Archers, and Giant Squigs. I think I have my main bases covered then. Yeah, let's just get a... Ooh, the Black Coach, man. The Black Coach. Seems so cool. Alright. Let's try it. We're up against B6's Greenskins. Spiderweb launcher. Oh, yeah. Some people are running that, but, like, I don't think it's actually... I don't think it's actually that good. Tried Hex Race with Von Hells. I have not. The speed bonus is pretty high. Could actually increase their impact damage by a lot. But the problem is you start taking too many spells. And then life sucks. Was just a thought. Who knows? Maybe it is really high. Speed bonuses have a strange effect on cavalry. Sometimes it can make the damage go through the roof. It is kind of a damage bonus. Never really played Total War multiplayer. Are dwarves any fun, or just static gun line? There are some dwarven rush builds, but their playstyle is pretty static most of the time. Unless you really like gyrocopters, there are some pretty sweaty gyrocopter builds you can whip out against weak anti-air factions like Norska, maybe the Dwarf, or maybe the Greenskins. And you could definitely get a lot of bullying in with those. But overall, dwarves are really slow. Is there any other faction you can do mass gyros against? Is it just Norska now? There's gotta be another one. Vampire counts. Nah. Gyros versus Warriors of Chaos. I think you can probably pull it off against Warriors of Chaos. I'm trying. I in my head they have a counter, but like I can't figure it out. Is it like Azazel and Rampage? Doesn't Azazel just get sniped by the gyros? Does it work against Slanesh? You gotta shut down the Furies. So that's the hardest part for sure. Doom Knights, kind of Doom Knights. The gyro bombers are so good at killing that like low entity unit in the air that it might not work, but their speed can probably catch them. And yeah, Furies are the biggest threat to gyrocopters. All right. Here we go. Do Beastmen have a gyro counter? They have Harpies, but it's not the best. You could probably gyro spam Beastmen too, yeah. There's a few factions where it's like a toss-up. But you can definitely go for a mobile Dowie Air Force against many of these guys. The thing about Domination is that they'll always have some Harpies in reserve. It's not like Land Battle where you can definitely catch people off guard. You've seen Dark Elves versus 3 gyrocopters in one of Turin's tournaments. I could see versus Dark Elves, yeah. It's their Scourge Runner Chariots and Harpies, that's it. So if you can like flash bang the Harpies, that's pretty cool. Now, as soon as we load in, I can show off this crazy build. So I'm playing the stuff 'em up strategy. I think B6 typically doesn't go very elite with his greenskins. 14 units though means that maybe he is. I really want to try the Grave Guard. The Grave Guard Shamble. So the reason this works is because most people have enough tools to deal with 1 Grave Guard unit. They don't typically have enough to deal with 5, let alone 8. Pretty good luck, have fun. If he does have a crazy melee build, I can bring in the Corpse Carts. I have White Kings. We have some terror bombing over here. I got Hex Wraiths, Devils of Schwarzhaven, a Black Coach, Crypt Horrors to deal with some of his infantry. I really have a Swiss Army knife of summons here. And as long as we can just win in melee, I think we'll be fine. Now, will Graveguard Halberds cook or what? They're anti-large, so if it does become a cav spam game, a cav spam late game, they will absolutely wreck everything. Like, what's he even supposed to summon, right? Like Black Orcs? That don't make sense. We see he's gone for a fairly wide army, but yeah, you see that? Orc boys, spears, and goblins. It's all chaff with some river trolls. He has an orc shaman with a bunch of buffs. I brought Gaze of Nagash though, so he's not gonna be a happy dude. There's not a lot of cav here, not a lot of single entities, so black coach potentially, though we might get out calved. I could get one hex rate to counter his cav, maybe. Can he dodge this? This should be undodgeable, even if he does like landing tech, right? Ouch, man, ouch. 500 gold from the get-go. He summons in some trolls. You know what? I want to try the hex rates here. I should probably try the Devils of Shorthaven first, though. They're probably much better. You know, I can save on my summons anyways. That's fine. So White Kings are just gonna get in there ASAP. And I'm just gonna walk straight into their army of his, right? Devils of Shorthaven are my one and only unit that I really have to focus on microing. So we really don't have to worry about them too much. Now, I don't really have to take a fight here. I know the White Kings can cook up these Savage Orc Archers. So why not just use my Scab Scrats and kill them first before the main fight? All right, we're already up trading. My magic is far superior to him. There you go, there's the route. That's exactly what we wanted to see. So while they're running for the hills, I no longer have to worry about getting shot on my advance. Devils of Shorthaven, though, they took a hit from something interesting. I do have a little Trip Ghoul summon over there. And then we can use our Devils to deal with them. Alright. And now it's just about jumping his front line. Looks like the River Trolls, again, charged up real bad. Orc Boy Spears, we should be able to shut them down. There go his archers once again. Hilarious. His Lord's way out of position. Dude, that Crypt Ghoul summon's insane, too. Nice, nice. And then I just gotta make sure his Orc Boys don't cause me too many issues, right? That's all we really gotta do. His front line's getting massacred. So what's he gonna do with this cav? Is he gonna just like fight the summon or something? That's not gonna help him out too much. There's another swift charge to the back of these guys. It's all about that babysitting. Just gotta keep him up. Oh, he uses the wall, but a lot of his guys are already routing. Kind of brutal. Let's see here. This is a pretty good breath attack opportunity. There goes his cav. So I'm just gonna shadow his cav with my devils. That should go pretty well. And now we have hex rates. So hex rates will be good here because they're very uncontested. Here we go. I should be able to charge those Orc Boy cavalry units. Yeah, hex rates over here are more or less uncontested. They'll do great. There go his boys.
One of your units has been destroyed.
He has a River Troll unit. They don't do magic damage or anything. So that's a plus. And then at some point I can get my spooky dudes in here. Can I just kill these guys though? Can I just kill the River Trolls? Big question mark there. Let's see. You know what? I think I will just summon in my boys over here. Dang, his cavalry's actually kind of cooking though. That's gonna be a little bit of an issue, ain't it? At least with his archers shut down, the hex rate should do fine. Against River Trolls with the terror, they'll probably be okay. Let's get a corpse card in here to solve some vigor issues. Hex rates. God dang, they're losing to the River Trolls. Holy moly, they're bad. All right, good to know, good to know. So double Scab Scrats to deal with his Savage Orcs. Okay, yeah, hex rates just suck. I can use them as a terror piece at least. And his archers at least are also shut down. His lord has taken massive amounts of damage. Thank goodness for White Kings. But unfortunately, I lost a lot of my mobile pieces. So, you know, it could be a little bit more sus. Capture weight wise, we're doing okay at least. His Graveguard are like in his back line. I guess it'll be good for shutting down some of his archers or something. They're way overextended, but there's not a lot he can actually summon that'll do well against them. In fact, the Graveguard are good against Savage Orcs by nature of their magic damage. They're just going to be slightly more effective. And hey, all right, there goes his cab. So Devils of Short Saving can chase off the cavalry. Yeah, he summoned in an archer unit over there. Interesting. Holy crap, those hex rates were so bad. They like threw my entire lead. All right, no more hex rates today. It was fun experimenting while it lasted. Anyways, his archers continue to run. Unfortunately, oh, I do still have a summon. Sick. Okay, never mind, we're good. I just gotta kill off these here river trolls is all. I do not want them coming back, so having units to actually chase off his forces is gonna be super important. There we go. Savage Orcs getting stalled up. His army's getting real stalled now, right? So if I can just chill on these few capture points, we'll be fine. I doubt he'll be able to retake. And his lord is very close to dead now, too. If we kill his lord, it's super over for my opponent here. Doesn't have a lot of archers either. My Sternsmen grinding away. Stalling for ages. But is there anything I can summon? Black Coach is a hard maybe. I'm not a huge fan of his cavalry coming on in. Gonna have to manage that. It looks like our doggos have done great. We even still have a unit of depth guard here. And so begins the main fight. So we got some braced halberds. Ready to handle anything. Crypt horrors on top of them. And you know what? More halberds, because it seems like he actually just doesn't have a good answer to them. All right. Now, can I kill the river trolls? River trolls is such a crazy tech. Buffs them up, too. Interesting. Anyways, if we can just kill off his archers, though, it's totally over. Because look at this. I have Scab Scrat. Can you believe Scab Scrat got, like, hella nerfed? It could still, like, one-shot his Savage Orc big guns. Pretty insane. I can't believe we ever had even stronger Scab Scrat. Oh, he did kill my Crypt Horror unit, though. That's actually kind of spooky, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, let's go in there. I gotta rout off the Savage Orcs. Can't be having them cooking me up. Let's get more halberds. Deal with this cavalry. There you go. Solid route. Big ol' route, actually. That's very nice. And his archers are dead. Dude, that Crypt Horror or Crypt Ghoul summon is cooking so hard. And now he just has Cav against a million Depth Guard halberds. I'm pretty sure that's going to spell doom for him. Though he definitely has a lot of infantry. It looks like the leadership is not holding up especially well. Also, this Corpse Cart White King combo is great. You can see the leadership's actually coming back. Devils of Short Saving are done chasing. I kind of AFK'd with them for a bit. That's my bad. And somebody's calling my phone. Dang it. Can I check it? Can I check it right now? I'll check later. I don't want to throw this game because I checked my phone. Anyways, his lord should be super dead now. I don't think there's any escaping this Gaze in the Gash. Although... Oh, he whiffed. He whiffed. The Gaze showed up at the worst moment. It's okay. Everything's still basically dying here. And with the breath attack, he's pretty doomed. There you go. He's starting to suffer from mass routes, especially without the leadership of his lord nearby. So I think it's pretty over now. Yeah, look at that. Hella routes everywhere ever since his Lord disengaged. And you know what? The Graveguard style, I think it's actually not that bad. I think a lot of people are not going to be ready for it. Hex Wraiths, garbage. Definitely no to Hex Wraiths, but Graveguard on the other hand, I think that's where we can get a lot of spice. Granite Guard. Let's see here. He does have some big guns over there, but he's about to get triple capped. I can get another corpse cart too, just to really hunker down on the points and never let go. How do you like another gaze of Nagash? Good sir. Oh, that was a good one. That was a pretty good gaze of Nagash. In fact, his Lord might just rout here, and that would just end the game. Assuming we can get him to rout, I just need one attack. Oh, and there we go. Huzzah! The Lord sniping. Get Lord snippety sniped. All right, it's over now. There's nothing he can do without his Lord. Unless he manages to save him by some insane miracle. It's super duper over. Summons in some Savage Orcs, not gonna save him. Yeah, them Gaze of the Gash is a crazy good spell. It's a very, very good spell. Halberds are pretty bad? No. We'll check their value at the end of the game. I feel like they've been doing not bad. They have a bonus like 19 versus large. That's pretty good. Let's see, let's see. So these guys got like 800, 700. My Halberds got 800. This one got 300. They were in pretty good HP though. I think the Halberds are just like any other Graveguard unit. They're fine. They're fine. Hex Wraiths are bad though. I think we can stop memeing with the Hex Wraiths. I can now call it memeing now that I have truly experienced the suffering. Maximillionaire, as always, is right. So that was Greenskins, which I think is a favorite matchup for me versus Vampire Counts. Vampire Counts win. Nice. Isn't most cavalry bad compared to Seekers? Not this bad. Not 40% more expensive bad. Some cavalry's only like, you know, 100, 200 gold off of being Seekers. Or at least Seeker tier. Real Chad would take 2 Hex Wraiths. Mega plays. Okay, yeah, none of that. But the Graveguard are amazing. The Graveguard just grind away most infantry that people bring. And the Halberds ensure that your late game is secured. Because cavalry ain't gonna take them out. A little expensive. Not the worst though. But the bonus versus infant or bonus versus large is 19, man. I will say their melee attack is pretty abysmal. 20 melee attack is like if you actually compare. So like how much do these guys have? 26. But their bonus versus large is 16. So the Graveguard will only really do well against large targets. So you do have to be a little careful when you bring them in. But did they have melee defense? I don't think they had melee defense. 34 melee defense. 36 melee defense. 26 melee defense. So they're tanky like the normal Graveguard. I think you probably max out on these guys and then you go for these guys. Do you think the Undead have the largest percentage of bald heroes? Isn't like everyone bald except for the Banshees? Oh, Kemler is not bald. Okay, so that means I would bet Nurgle has more bald dudes. Percentage-wise, because everyone is bald for Nurgle. Not a single one of these guys have hair. You know, it comes with the plague. But, yeah. Kugath is hella bald. Look at that shiny scalp. Time to start taking Blood Knights. Okay, Blood Knights are actually okay. They're not that great, but they're okay. Nurgle is indeed 100% bald. Yeah. Yeah, he's mega bald. Oh, Sampo got a bye round. Does that mean Sampo lost the round 1? Holy crap. Since when does Sampo lose? Who'd he face? His face has a helmet on. Okay, helmets are an iffy thing, but usually, you know, you can catch a little bit of hair flowing out behind. I don't think Nurgle has any of that. No, I think we can be pretty sure he's probably bald. Most likely. Maybe I'm too presumptuous, though. Okay, so Charix won his second game. Oh, bye. You can't be both bald and not bald. Anyways, Kemmler and maybe Gorse are hard carry for the baldness tier. Oh, and Vlad. Vlad has hair. Yeah, I don't know if the Red Duke has hair. When it comes to helmeted characters, it's harder. But even Nurgle doesn't have that many helmets. Okay, yeah, what else have hair? Lizardmen, though. Lizardmen are 100% guaranteed. All of them are bald. I think Lizardmen is the most bald faction, actually. They are literally incapable of having hair. At most, we're talking feathers, but these are pretty scaly lizards. I don't think you can beat Lizardmen. Undoubtedly. You can't say Tic-Tac-Toe might have luscious locks underneath that helmet, okay? That you're just crazy at that point. Genuine frills counts as a beautiful mohawk. Does it? Does it? Maybe. Maybe. Demons of Chaos don't have helmets, though. Although, if we're counting feathers, this guy's literally called the Feathered Prince. So, if, you know, I would say Lizardman is probably more bald than this guy. Tomb Kings? Oh god, no, not the Tomb Kings. Okay, wait. We can save this. We can save this. They all have hats. All of them have hats. So going by your weird helmet rule set, all the Tomb Kings are 50% not bald. Because it is unknown, right? Whereas, I think Lizardmen... Actually, I don't know. Tomb Kings have too many hats. They have too many hats, man. Is there anything better, though? I think that's as good as we can get, right? I don't think we do better than that. They have patches at most. Is Cetra's crown... Can you check? Can we check his head? In lore, Kalita has hair sometimes? Really? Dang, yo, that's crazy. That means Tomb Kings might actually not be the most bald. Greenskins? Well, greenskins grow like squig hair. Or like they put squigs on their heads. In terms of these guys specifically, though, I think most of them, we can count them as bald, yeah. But yeah, sometimes they have little man buns. It's written in the lore, all right? I watched Lore Master of Sotek. Everything is mushrooms for the greenskins. So if feathers count, I think mushrooms would also count. Yeah, I would say either Tomb Kings, Nurgle. These guys with the cloaks above their heads leaves, you know, the possibility. But Nurgle is definitely at least A tier. I think Tomb Kings is S tier. Ooh, wait. Okay, Korn is A tier. There's too many helmets. Arbol might not have it. But Valkia is definitely hard carry. For on the tier list there. Lizardmen are definitely S tier. Ogre Kingdoms are... No, they got too much hair. Although the majority of them are pretty bald. I think Ogre Kingdoms are a solid A tier. Wolfric does have a mohawk, so percentage-wise, he's hard carrying. Are bald. Let's see. Okay, yeah, Empire. You know, Empire doesn't have that many luscious locks. But definitely lots of hair. Does Beastmen? Okay, no, yeah, no, they're pretty hairy. Okay, makes sense. But Tonya? Nah. Tonya is like D tier, man. Coast, though. Okay, yeah, no. Coast has loads of hair. More hair than Vampire counts. Which I would say Vampire counts are like high B tier. Yeah, no. Coast actually... The ocean spray is like really good for their hair follicles somehow. Do goats have hair? I think so. What else do you call it? Yo, are we done yet? Are we done? Ulrich Wall's still playing his match. Oh my goodness. I think his load times are pretty bad, so he tends to be last. Mr. Unclean. Yeah, now we got a new Mr. Unclean. We got a bunch of new Mr. Uncleans. Alright, Vampire Count shenanigans, though. What other shenanigans can we do? We can take a Mortis engine for 40% power recharge. That's pretty cool. Balefire is not that interesting. Honestly, the count toss is pretty tiny. Anyone know if I can make Banshees work? Banshees are such a cool concept. But they kind of suck. -4 leadership's pretty good, though. So, when it comes to Banshees, they have minus leadership. They have slippery. The downside is that they are squishy. There's so much magic damage in this game now. I feel like they should give, like, turn some of this physical resist into ward save or something. I don't know. Nah. I feel like magic damage should still hard counter them. Give them more HP. I don't know. Anyways, they don't compare it to Scab Scrath, White Kings. -12 leadership. Like, you know, they cause terror, but like the whole roster causes fear and terror, so it's not actually that much of a benefit. Like, they'd be much better on like the dwarves or something. They disappoint you even against dwarves. And now that everyone's running those Slayer dudes, it's even worse. Demon Slayer. Dang, he really doesn't have a lot of AP. Crazy. Someone told me the other day that he didn't have much. That makes a Dragon Slayer like... Is the Dragon Slayer actually better than the Demon Slayer? Demon Slayer has more HP. He lacks the armor piercing bonus versus large 35, 25. He has less bonus versus large. You're kidding me. Holy crap. Okay, I guess he has wards of Grimnir, so he gets damage resist. The more kills he gets, I guess. Oh boy, yeah, Dragon Slayer is actually just better. 200 gold cheaper for very few losses. And fire resist? Bro, this guy's like a million times better. He's so much better than this guy. What the what? Oh, magic damage? Okay, I guess he has magic damage. That can kind of help. I'll accept the magic damage. The items, yeah, because there's some items. The Hammer of Karak-Draz. 50-second melee attack reduction? Wait, yo, that's crazy. Yo, you can use this? It's 50-meter range, but it's pretty jokes. That's a really long debuff. That's better than some rune magic. Wow, I didn't even know this was a thing. Yeah, and you can make them not die. That's a nice plus. He'll live 40 seconds longer than usual. A little under 40 seconds. Yo, that's crazy. 50 seconds. Does anyone use that? Sunder Armor. 40 seconds. It's only -30 though. It imbues. Affects allies in range. 100 meters. You know, it's actually, it's not that bad. Like, this is better than rune magic in theory. It's too bad dwarves are just so bad in melee. Glorious death into cannot die. Ironic. That's the Slayer curse. Alright, Ulrich still finishing up his game. My goodness. But, yeah, you know, these are actually not that bad. Sundered armor, huh? It's 40 seconds. And you're getting like, you know, potentially it could be like close to a 50% damage increase. Let's say 40% damage increase on your longbeards. Like, they usually don't do a lot versus armor, so it's an interesting damage amp. It lasts 40 seconds. Man, if there were like proper melee dwarf builds, like, you would actually probably run these abilities if you were other factions. Especially this. This is actually really good. 50-second melee attack minus 40. That has to be insane. Okay, 1 second. We must test this. Say playing dwarves. You have this guy. You have 2 Slayers. So you have 2 Slayer great weapons, right? Against Forsaken. Like, take a look-see. Feast your eyes for a moment, people. Because I'm pretty sure this would actually do a lot. The problem is, like, you're usually getting shot to death as dwarves. But I feel like it'll be night and day. How broken would it be to make ethereal units like 95% physical resist? Currently, I think every faction has enough magic damage where you could hard counter ethereals with magics. Because they're still really expensive. 95% physical resist would definitely make them a unit that the game would revolve around, though. Because if you just kill all their magic damage, ethereals are suddenly really strong. At 95, I think it would be pretty spooky. It would be pretty spooky. They'd be like 120 armor versus like armor piercing and arrows alike. Okay, take a look-see. So the difference, these guys have 0 melee attack. These guys have 32. So that ability, and remember, it's a 90-second cooldown. It healed for like 3,000 HP in a sense. It's not that bad, man. It's not that bad. And we can buff these guys to sunder his armor too. We can make them unkillable. Just make them even harder to kill. And I feel like if Giant Slayers was slightly cheaper, this guy would actually be kind of cool. Giant Slayers are a little bit too expensive though, and the getting shot to death issue that I was talking about. Anyways, Ulrich wins, so we can advance the Swiss. At Goblins round 3. Here we go. We're up against Charix. Oh boy. Ah, Nelly. And vampire counts. The map is gonna be Imperial Road. I'm mixing Imperial Ambush into my map pool now, by the way. It's a pretty cool map. I kind of like it. We didn't roll into it, though, this time. Sorry, adminning. All right. So Charix bans my 2 vampire accounts. He picks 3. And then I counterpick. He has 2 high elves, 2 greenskins, and Tomb Kings. So I just have to not play against high elves and we're fine. 2 high elves, Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings. Yeah, screw playing against high elves, man. As vampire counts, Charix is high elves too. Interesting to see that he wants to play Tomb Kings though. I don't think I've seen him play Tomb Kings before actually. Very fun. You skip going to work to watch? Oh, dang. Imperial Ambush is like Imperial Road, but rotated 90 degrees. Yeah. But the capture points are in different positions, which makes a big difference. It makes the right side, like the place where both points are. It's a much more fighty map. I think like Imperial Road is more of a trading, long grind, you know. Well, I think Imperial Road is easier for points because both sides can get a point. A lot of waiting strategies can work on Imperial Road where they probably wouldn't on Imperial Ambush. Well, then again, you can play really far back on Ambush. I don't know. You do have home points on both maps, but I think they feel different enough. Now, Tomb Kings versus Vampire counts. The problem? Ushopdi Great Bow are a big pain. They're a huge pain. Oh boy. So many admin shenanigans. All right. All right. More adminning, and then we gotta figure out what Tomb Kings. Vampire counts versus Tomb Kings is pretty counts favored, right? I just have to not YOLO my entire army into a couple Ushopti, and we'll be good. I believe that's it. You know, I kind of wonder, is this guy any good? Man, there's some weird shenanigans I can do. Some real weird shenanigans. Do I take Vlad? The dreaded Vlad von Karstein, the indestructible, the unkillable. Been playing too much Pharaoh to practice Warhammer multiplayer. We'll get back to tournament scene soon. Hype. Vlad is hype. He's hype. I don't think he does anything though. He's not even that resistant to like getting Spirit Leech spammed by Arc in the Black. So, is he really? Is it really that good? Okay, yeah. I think it's pretty clear what we got to do. So we got to take this, and I got to take this. And I take this along with get him on that. Okay, yeah. Yeah, nah. We'll be fine. A kitty? Yeah. The Sphinxes will have their way with Vlad. Although I think he will still hold. Vlad is pretty tanky, really high melee defense. So okay. It's a decent army. Actually, I might as well take one of these. Amazing. Then we take 4 of these. So, yeah, it's like there's Nahakara horsemen. There's the kitty cats. There's Tomb Guard. There's archers. But vampire counts have solutions to all of it, more or less. I just have to be a little careful. Just a wee bit. And probably bring a lot of single entities. This is probably, probably take 2 of those. Single entity wise, I should probably have like a healthy amount of single entities. There's always a chance they just get mega wrecked. But yeah, this should be pretty favored for the counts. Last I checked, the map is pretty nice for the Tomb Kings, but I guess they have a lot of capture weight too with their skeletons. Isn't this another free matchup? It should be. It should be. So Tomb Kings have a really hard time versus armor. They don't have that many armor piercing options that are not extremely expensive. So I think we'll be okay. Here we go. Some bone on bone action. Yep. I keep hearing people mention healing nerfs. Can anyone provide context or what patch it was so I can read more about the nerfs? Oh, it was ages ago, Turtle. Ages and ages ago. So healing went from a flat value in Warhammer 2 to a percentage-based value in Warhammer 3. But the upper end of the percentage, even if you're casting it on infantry, it would only heal about as much as if you cast it on infantry before, right? But before, healing was hyper effective against low HP units because it was a flat amount. So that changed up that dynamic quite a bit. After that, also this lord is just to not get sniped, and then I have Wind of Death to kill his skeletons. After that, it or I guess before that, it went from healing an infinite number of units to just 4 maximum. This was like back in Warhammer 2 maybe. And then I think the amount that spells heal got nerfed a little bit into Warhammer 3. Anyways, I basically gave him no targets for the Chosen of the Gods. He has Ka-Tep, and he has a bunch of chaff. This is why Graveguard are good, because nothing in his army does well into Graveguard. So, as long as we can capture this point here, I think we'll be just fine. Reinforcements are abound.
Keep it from the foe.
And, yeah, I guess we're just chilling. Gotta be a little careful about the crypt ghouls and all that business. It doesn't have like a catapult or anything. No screaming skull, no nothing. I just have to summon in more infantry. Kind of wish I had more more Graveguard, but it's fine. We'll live. Alright, so I just have to capture this point here. There's no way he outtrades me. Wind of Death is insane. And yeah, some more Crypt Ghouls. Let's get him in there. What's he targeting? He's targeting some Graveguard. Doesn't matter to me. Ah, but he has chariots. All right. Interesting, interesting. So let's just hit them up. Chariots, I don't have to worry about that much, as long as my lord can keep him safe. Double Scab Scrat deletes one of his archers. Insanity value to start off with. Let's try and sneak some zombies through real quick. My lord will be fine. Should be great. And then we're gonna try and get a big old Wind of Death on his face. If he doesn't dodge this, it's over. And it's over! There we go. There go all his units. Holy crap. Holy crap. I guess it's done. I guess it's done. That was a nice match. Very nice match. Oh, jeez, man. That's a lot of value. 250 kills at the beginning of the game. And it triggered his passive, so he's not even healing much. Now I can bring in my big units now that his Ushabti are super bogged down. Yeah, so the reason this matchup is so good for the counts is because they have vastly better magic options for AoE and the like. So they'll just cook up pretty hard. There goes his forces. Most of them are crumbling. Let's just bully them stalkers real quick. That doesn't really protect her against those stalkers. So I don't know what I'm doing over there.
At once.
Come on, get out of there. I probably need a big old single entity here soon too. There we go. A little bit of shutdown on his ranged. How are the White Kings doing? Still got some cooldowns that they gotta work through. It's actually not completely over yet. But he shouldn't have enough to deal with the Crypt Horrors, in theory. All going well, the Crypt Horrors should cook pretty hard. White Kings should be able to kill off his archers soon. This flank's going fine. There goes one of his units over there. Crypt Ghouls are doing pretty good, I'd say. Another corpse cart just to save my boys. Value trading wise, it's actually still kind of close. I really did need that huge what's it? Wind of Death action. Because without it, he would be able to shoot me so much with the archers. I think the entire game might have just depended on that. Anyways, there's the Ushabti summon. But his poor boys are getting bogged down under the tide of undeath. Start summoning zombies here. Stop him from stealing my points, which I know he wants to do. When you start down trading, you just try and capture points. We won't let him. There you go. Scab Scrath is almost there. Remember, he has healing through the roof. I don't have a lot of healing in this army, so it actually can be potentially a little sus when the value trading is so close. Come on, double Scab Scrath. I just gotta kill off this one archer unit, and then my life is settled. Huzzah! My life is settled. All right, sick. So without them now it's pretty over, right? Yeah, he has the one chariot over there. Some skirmishers, that's not a big deal. The skirmishers really shouldn't be able to do much. There goes his little dude over there. Corpse cart's cooking just fine. This one can go there.
Blood frenzy.
I don't know what spells he's casting. I have no idea what spells he's casting. Yeah, if you're just gonna keep spamming Cav. Actually, yeah, some more Crypt Horrors is fine. Crypt Horrors are great.
Swiftly.
They'll cook up a storm. And just like that, a build victory.
Need blood.
He teched really hard against like larger units. If I went for larger units and chaff and like Crypt Horrors and the like, the usual,
We are
he
the new
probably could have
order.
gotten a lot of work done on me. This is mostly just because we had a very nice composition against them. Anyway, zombies here can hold this point indefinitely against Cav. I'm not worried about that.
Sylvania
He's
rules
really going
the
for my
night.
lord, though.
With haste.
With Cod Tap of all people? Yeah, can I just kill Cod Tap? Or is he gonna actually kill my lord? That would be pretty crazy if he did. Holy crap, she's actually taking damage. Alright there, lady. Let's get you to safety real quick. In the meantime, we've captured his far point. I should be able to summon some crypt ghouls here. Maybe some horrors. There you go. And it looks like he's just going for my middle point. But we have a capture on the far side now. So if I just return back to center, I should be fine. And then he just gets bogged down here, I believe. Although I will say my lord took a lot of heat.
Swiftly.
Cod Tap out for blood, apparently.
Temple of the night.
Get out of there, lady. At least there's no way he can actually hold this point now. No way. No way he can hold it.
If you dare.
Hell yeah. Look at them doggos. Doggos doing great. And what do I want to summon now? Probably a Vargulf now that all his anti-large stuff is dead. That capture point there is great because it'll take him forever to resecure that. And, you know what? Maybe I don't need a Vargulf. So he's summoning in more infantry there. You know what? More armor. He's like spamming cavalry.
At once. I will not
And cavalry is not very good at killing armor. At least Tomb King's cavalry.
Once.
So we'll just manage it. Jeez, though. You're really going for that Lord Snipe, eh? That was a good Cav surround. That was actually quite impressive. I should be able to kill off his Kepler Guard at least.
Vampire.
Once they're down, life is a little bit more chill. And then I can save up and resummon my Lord, maybe. Scab Scrath, pretty good damage to get them to the crumble zone. My Lord is barely gonna live, I think. Barely, barely. And then the power of yet more Grave Guards shall prevail.
One of your victory points.
There you go, Kepler Guarded down.
At once. Swiftly.
Live, you darn lady. God, that's gonna friendly fire my zombies so hard.
Undead.
The misplays. Alright, she's dead. But I still have the capture point. I have
The enemy has slain our lord.
yeah, I know. Advisor, I know. Alright, there we go. Look, he has all cavalry, man. There's no way. I just have to not throw this. Did it seriously just crash? Did it seriously just crash again? Why does my game keep crashing? Oh my god. That's dumb. Why? What happened? Are vampire counts just super prone to crashing? All right, let's see. The engine betrays you. I know, right? Oh, God, that's such a ripoff. I'm pretty sure that one was hella in the bag. But let's see what Charix wants. He says he felt like he could play on points. We could same armies if you'd like. I'm fine to give him the re. We're here to have a good time. I don't think we were that far into it anyways. Let's see what he wants to do. I do have my army. As the person that crashed, we gotta give him some leniency. I think the game was 100% over. There's no way he could actually capture any of the points. But we shall see. There's no way he's falling for that wind again, though. Yeah, but I could also cast it on his Kepler Guard and get them killed way faster. Yeah, we'll give him the re. We'll give him the re. Someone else was just as generous to me previously, so I feel like we gotta. We gotta. When you played Vampire Coast into counts in a newbie tournament a while back, you got smoked by Gaze of Nagash. Yeah, Gaze be like that. Anyways, this is really good practice, though. Is it still winnable even if I don't nail him with the Wind of Death? That's the big question. I feel like me not having more armored infantry in reserve is like the one big sketchy part. But if I don't throw my Lord, I think we're totally fine. The Lord throw is kind of sus. Anyway, same armies. All right, here we go. So the plan is overcast Wind of Death on his super elite infantry and just get them killed at the beginning instead of killing the archers. He forgot his hero. Oh my goodness. Alrighty. Oh, he has to load in too? Ah, what is his life? I think he'll probably be watching out for the Winds of Death, losing 2 full archer units and half of a Nehekar warrior is pretty bad. I would say. I think that's pretty rough. But other than that, we should be fine. My army did have 2 Vargulfs, right? This is my army. Wait, was this my army? Let me double check. Was this my army or was this my army for like the last game? I think I did have 2 Vargulfs, but yeah, I had the Great Weapon Graveguard. Oh yeah. It's Lamian lady, so this has to be it. All right. Yeah, looks about right. So I'm just gonna kill his Kepler Guard this time. I think they're his one of his bigger assets. I still have to trigger his Tomb King's passive. But yeah, that's gonna be the plan. All right, here we go. Anyways, I feel like this is unlosable for the vampire counts with the armies we had. So playing the rematch is no problem. Let us go. And there we go. So let's just get the wide line of dudes. Then we can use our zombies here to sneak into his back line. If he wins this, he can consider me very surprised. There we go. Nice. And I think I got about everything set up here. Ready. Good luck, have fun. Has there been any work on the Dom rebalance mod? No, not yet. I don't have the time to work on it right now, sadly. much as I want to.
It shall be.
All right. So there's his Kepler guard on the flank.
What?
We will bully them. Let's go for a skeleton spear summon along the right side.
Find me if you dare.
We're just gonna march right on up.
Swiftly.
And hopefully he don't get no Lord Snipe, 'cause that would be real bad. So he does have Incantation of Vengeance, but he has nothing to cast it on. I could summon in the doggos,
Cross the breeze.
and maybe they can get some work done on me. Here we go.
Swiftly.
But yeah, the big play is the Kepler guard.
New order.
So now he's going for my infantry. Let's just keep going.
Do not mock me. Swiftly. At once.
Can I just charge this guy?
Them.
It is just Cod Tap right now. Just Cod Tap is not a big issue. So I could bully his Ushabti just that little bit. Although it'd be pretty jokes if I lost my Lord here.
At once.
I don't think so. I think we'll be fine.
Vampire.
So he gets his one volley off. Nice.
Swiftly.
Ah, I see. Oh, I can't even cast my magic. Not yet, anyways, because every time Cod Tap casts a spell, he does that. He does that shenanigans.
Your time has come.
There you go. Got a little bit of magic resist going. Okay. And then let's see if we can blob up his Kepler guard here. Let's shift our zombies to the flanks. And there are his chariots once again. We'll contest them with our Lord. So naturally, he doesn't want to take a fight there. Not against the White Kings. Makes sense, makes sense. I just gotta get him to line up is all. The mass of my boys is working out just fine too. There we go.
Blood frenzy. To war.
And I should be able to get some pretty nice Winds o' Death in but a second. He's doing a good job pulling back though. Huh. God, the spell spam is really hurting the Winds of Death cast, so. It's very much so hurting the Winds of Death cast. Okay, there's the doggos.
Blood magic.
There we go. There we go. All right. So Kepler guard just got deleted. With them out of the picture, it's going to be way harder for him to deal with everything here. His archers are not the best either. They, you know, there's just so much armor here. It's going to be pretty difficult. So I don't think that's a big issue in the slightest. My Lord's on his chariots, which is going to hurt a lot. So now I think it's the time we bring in our corpse carts. His archers are now very occupied. Nice. White Kings abound. That's pretty good Wind of Death. Nice, nice. And yeah, his front line's more or less just collapsing right now. Although some of these fights are not going super my way. I think we're still doing fine. Lack of Kepler guard hurting them bad. There you go. That's a sandstorm. Not much you can do about that. Do have another Wind of Death. Locked and loaded though. That should do pretty well against his infantry. Less infantry is huge. And now he's summoning towards the flanks again. So as long as I can get a few basic summons there, I think we'll be fine. I don't think he'll be able to capture this bottom area. In fact, I think I can probably just summon horrors to fight there. I think they'll do fine. Though, TBD on that. Yeah, a lot of his archers stayed alive this time. That's the spooky part. And let's not forget the healing he got. He's probably going to take this middle point. Actually, yeah, kind of sus. Kind of sus. Despite killing the Kepler guard, it's, without a huge archer pick, it's a little awkward, isn't it? Hey, good learning experience, though. Regardless, we have our horrors here. These are but normal skeleton horsemen. We can manage them. Let's go ahead and take the middle. I will say a lot of my guys are crumbling. Not a fan of that. His Ushopti survived this time around too. But
Your units
we can get a couple of zombies over here. So horrors should do really well into skeleton horsemen. They're just naturally very tanky. His chariots are almost dead. His skeleton, his skeleton archers are almost dead. The battle of the almost. Ah, he did resummon the Kepler Guard too. Spooky. I guess that's what happens when you kill them so early. You let them get a solid resummon. Makes you feel like I should have just gone for the archers, but such is life. I'll have another scab scratch for these guys. Maybe we can just out capture weight them.
units has been destroyed.
I'd say it's probably not the end of the world as long as his horsemen here get massacred. There's the scab scratch. Nice. Pretty good deeps. Pretty good deeps. But can I actually capture the point is the question. I believe maybe not. Middle point's doing fine though. And home point I will be able to retake very soon. He got a pretty bad trade with his horsemen there. And these corpse carts are gonna cook just fine. Goodbye, skeleton horsemen over there. And I have another Wind of Death coming on in. White Kings can stall his Kepler Guard, so that's gonna hurt his capture weight by quite a bit. And then I think we're just saving up for some more Grave Guard, aren't we? I think we are, because Grave Guard will absolutely be difficult for him to deal with. And a huge Wind of Death. And a capture point over there. All right, yeah, we're fine. As long as I can maintain the double cap for an excruciatingly long amount of time, we'll be okay. Sure, his Ushopti are alive, but he did just lose a whack load of cavalry. That's gonna hurt him pretty bad. That's gonna hurt him real bad. And here comes the Grave Guard. Now, as long as the White Kings don't die here, I'm happy. Yeah, I did a match restart because there was a crash. There we go. Necrotech going down. This time my lord is winning their engagements. It's definitely helping them out a lot. Incantation of protection. All right. I gotta kill off that Necrotech. I don't want him to have single entities. More zombies are very cost efficient. And he summons in Necropolis Knights. Now that's a crazy idea. I'm pretty sure Crypt Horrors will do well against them with the corpse carts. But we'll have to see. Let's just ignore his Nahakara warriors over there. Let's just ignore him. I don't want to deal with that. These White Kings are so annoying too. And yeah, there we go. One Crypt Horror to deal with this monstrous units. There we go. Nice, so he's dead. The White Kings are doing great. He casts a spell on the Dire Pact. Dude, that silence is so annoying. It's actually so annoying to deal with. Yeah, the White Kings are. They're such a menace. Absolute menace, those guys. All right. Dire Pact. Get to safety. White Kings. Boom. Scab Scratch for days. That's going to hurt his capture weight by a lot. And we might even be able to steal this point if we're lucky. I'd say unlikely, but not impossible. Come on, skedoot, lady.
I hunger. Swiftly.
And she gets out. Hell yeah. All right.
One of your units has been
So I should be able to
destroyed.
capture that point. And now it's all in for the middle. He knows it. I know it. We are just trying to secure that middle point. He did kill my little cart thingy. But overall, looks like this point will be falling in the favor of your boy Anticity. With a good old Wind of Death on his dudes. He actually does commit quite a bit though. And it looks like he might even kill the White Kings. Could even kill my lord if I'm a goofball here. Eh. She's getting staggered a lot. He doesn't have a lot of infantry for the middle though. I think that's what's gonna screw him over in the end. Because I don't even need a triple cap here, right, to win it. Well, I will say, yeah, he's really holding it. All right, yeah, so he does hold it. It's fine, though. We got his Kepler Guard super committed over there. I just gotta make sure he doesn't take this point is all. He actually did make a pretty nice rotation play to get it. White Kings will go down, but tons of zombie spam will do great for that capture point. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, and we just gotta hold that. Hold it forever. Never let him take the middle. I got another corpse card. He has one chariot. Yeah, this should be fine. This should be fine. Although I will say that is a lot of cavalry. The one grave guard though should slow this capture weight down by a lot. However, and I can probably push towards this soon if we're lucky. Oh, okay, so he's really trying to stall it. Okay. I dig it. I dig it. He just holds up right against my boys there. Interesting. Interesting. So I'm going to have to recapture it quickly. So that means more ghoul summons. The middle's still going great for me, though. His Necro Knights are trying to focus my Crypt Horrors, but I think they'll be fine. Oh, and okay, so he's trying to go for this point now. Okay, that makes sense. Could actually be pretty spooky with those Necro Knights. Does he have enough capture weight, though? As long as the horrors don't die, I think we're fine. Plus, I have a Wind of Death if it does ever start swinging over. All right, there we go.
With haste.
Ah, gets my cooldowns going again, though. This guy. Pretty spooky. As long as he doesn't cast another spell, though, I can Wind of Death them. And then that should shut him down pretty hard. So we do get our capture point. Nice. There's the Wind of Death. Killing off all of his their infantry. And then with the doggos, I should be relatively okay. That's a very nice steal, though. Well played by my opponent. I will say, Kepler Guards killing the White Kings was actually pretty crazy. But the tide of undeath are going here. Yeah, if I just summoned some zombies on this point earlier, I would have been totally fine. Now, unfortunately, it's actually going to be a little bit sus. Especially with them Necropolis Knights still cooking so hard. Can I kill Codtep, though? We shall see. Double corpse cart coming on the point. We're gonna leave some zombies over here for some quick maneuvering. And oh, Codtep gets out. Dang, look at that. That's some quick recaptures. All right, let's pull my lord back. Yeah, so not as free as I thought. Not as free as I thought. The Necropolis Knights are actually a little annoying. Can you kill my lord? Come on. Okay, yeah, I gotta leave 2 zombies here. I don't think we're gonna trade up enough, though. I think it's over. Dang, yo. Killing off the White Kings was actually crazy. Yeah, so definitely you overcast Wind of Death on the archers then, right? I think that much makes a lot of sense. Still not over yet either, because I might still be able to recapture this point. He actually pulled a lot of his units off. So mayhaps I just gotta stop him from capturing this point here, and then we'll be good. The capture point plays pretty spooky. I also need to secure this point fast enough before the before he gets too close. There we go. All right, we're fine. All right, so now all I gotta do is just not lose this one over here. Can he stop me? Can he secure the point? I got my lord. She can definitely help out. I have some grave guard coming on in. Capture slowed down by my zombies. This one's going just fine over here. I'll have a doggo summon in a second. Oh, it's close. He might be able to take it, but he's gonna lose a lot of units, and I might just be able to recapture. The question is, can I recapture in time? Time is of the essence. He's pulling in all the boys. He's pulling in all the boys to try and secure it. Honestly, I think if I just played this slightly better, I think he'd be screwed. Such is life, though. I think we still make it to semifinals regardless. All right, there we go. This one's way closer than the last one. So he goes for the point. Ah, but the chariots are here. The chariots are cooking. And I think he's won this one. Kepler Guard resummon is what screwed me over for sure. Pull the plug again. Yeah, there we go. No crypt horrors, no nothing. At this point, he needs 100 tickets. Yeah, so I don't even win on a double cap anymore. Even if I do secure it, dang. GG, well played.
You have been bested. There is
Gee, well
only
played.
defeat.
Yeah, I just need to leave some zombies on that back point, and we would have been fine. Why the Lamian? I didn't want him to Lord snipe me. So I felt like the Lamian was fine. And yeah, Wind of Death on the archers is like such a crazy hard carry. Insane hard carry. Definitely just cast that right on like his cheap infantry. Because like the Kepler Guard are gonna grind anyways. They don't kill things super fast. They don't have a lot of capture weight. Yeah. Also, those chariots were very spooky indeed. Very, very spooky. Let's see. I think this is still really good though. All I think I really need is like 1 unit of cavalry. After I, well, okay, yeah, we still go for these guys. But the Vargulfs, they're really only there to deal with his like super annoying single entities. If I just had, so like the Crypt Ghouls are okay, but what I really needed was like 2 Black Knights. Because the chariots had like nothing to counter them, right? 2 Black Knights would absolutely dumpster. Especially once that Ushapti ROR is out of ammunition. I think this is perfect vampire counts for Tomb Kings now. Not enough Hex Wraiths. The Hex Wraiths. You know, if he didn't have a 15-second cooldown increase on my spell casting, the Hex Wraiths, I could actually defend them pretty well with my shenanigans. With my resistance. Alright, so Serika is supposed to have 2 Swiss points. And right now they currently have 1, so I gotta adjust that. And then we move on to the next round. Alright. Next round, I'm working on it. Okay, no, Serika does have 2 Swiss points. Advancing the Swiss. Goblins. Round 4. Final round, here we go. We're up against Sampo. That's actually pretty bad for me. But it should ensure that my, that we'll make it to semifinals, guaranteed. As long as you win this. Let's see, what's the spread currently? So we have 3 people with 3 wins. Losing to Charix means my opponent points are slightly lower than they could be. Sampo is even lower than me. There's a chance we might not make it to semis. Kind of crazy. Alright. Tomb Kings, Wood Elves, Kislev, Chaos Dwarves, Dark Elves. If we don't make it to semis, it's fine though. We can enjoy some spectating. It's a little bit of a shame, but we've been crashing a lot recently. I don't know what's up with that. Let's see here. Who's top bracket? I'm top bracket. Alban, Chaos Dwarves, and Wood Elves. And the map is Proving Grounds. Here we go. Don't know why I went for great weapons instead of halberds. Halberds, like what would they be fighting, right? You need the great weapons because they're anti-infantry. The halberds, like, unless he sends his chariots specifically onto the halberds, I think the great weapons are just better. Because you're almost guaranteed to fight infantry. And he can just avoid these guys. I would need to, like, have a lot of halberds before they actually do well. Don't they have worse stats? So, if you include the bonus versus infantry, absolutely not. These guys have effective, like, what, 39 melee attack? Way less melee defense, but, like, these guys won't really do damage to the Tomb Kings. Anyways. What's it gonna be? Blood Knights? Yeah, honestly, any cav. I think not taking cav into Tomb Kings is a big mistake. I should write that down. Tomb Kings. Remember to take cav versus them. I think that's like super important. Your friend's game has been crashing consistently since the update? That's rough. Alright, so he picks Dark Elves. Oh boy. So Dark Elves are an interesting one. So they do have a lot of ranged firepower. Proving Grounds is a good map for us, though. What am I looking at? Honestly, yeah, I think Dark Elves are. I think they're gonna get cooked, man. I think they are going to be absolutely cooked. Because the amount of kit and util I got going is kind of through the roof here. Am I cooking or getting cooked? Against Dark Elves, I think we're good. Vampire Count should have a pretty good matchup here. The problem with Dark Elves is they can lack a lot of the DPS to throw off a Vampire Count's army. So as long as I play this properly, we should be fine. Let's see here. Yeah, just cover them in infinite units. Essentially. There's like a few things he could do that might be spooky. You know, he could have some burning heads. Maybe he goes super elite. Maybe he goes for, you know, Hargonet executioners or something crazy like that. Let's see here. Okay, so Dark Elves. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. Do I need Graveguard against them, though? I feel like Graveguard would get hard countered by them. I just need enough to deal with, like, maybe the skirmishers, maybe a few archers. Yeah, this seems like a good enough build. I don't think I need to think about it too much, although Sampo's a very strong player, so we'll see. He might wreck us. Going for the classic 3-1 again. That's the hope. I think if I 3-1 it, there's a chance we don't make it because of Swiss points. Let's see here. So how many people have 2 wins? So let's say Ulrich, Wall, Maximilianer, and Charix all make it. To semis. Like, let's say Charix wins his match. Then that means... that's 3 slots, and then there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pontim's Claw and Killian both have a chance of out Swiss pointing me. They're facing each other though, which means one of them is almost guaranteed. Yeah. So like, I think the winner of Killian and Pontim's Claw will be able to make it. Charix is playing Ulrich Wall, which means Maximilianer is playing Lemur's Bane. If Charix wins, I think that's the best shot I have. As long as Charix beats Maximillionaire. We'll see, though. What do you think a combined Tomb King's Count Coast meta would be like? Like, so many zombies, fam. It would be proper just man-tide. Unkillable man-tide. Alright, good luck, have fun, trust me. Here we go. So can we beat his Dark Elf action? Let us see. Is max healing blob vampire counts worth it? Not really, because shooting will wreck your face. Though corpse cart and like a mortis engine is as close as it gets to healing blob, and you do see that from time to time. Also, yeah, giving vampire counts any amount of vampire coast guns makes them insanely OP. Giving vampire counts like a zombie pistol mob already makes the faction probably broken. Probably like top tier. Spilled some water on my mouse pad, oh no. Alright, here we go. So this is the proper stuff 'em up army. All you gotta do is march forwards and kill them. Ready, good luck, have fun. Well, not even kill them, just slow grind forever. So over here, I got my unholy lodestone summons. I remembered to take a little bit of cav today, and I'm just gonna go for Lord Snipe. We're tryharding this battle because we gotta win it to have a chance at semis. Here we go. Oh my gosh. Giving Vampire Coast Cavalry too, yeah. Vampire Coast with Cav. That's pretty broken. Oh crap, you're already ready. So, pop a Malekith over here, alright. Solid beginning. So, he does have some basic skirms over here. So we know Malekith suffers a lot to Gaze of Nagash. That part is very much true. This should be nigh undodgeable. Although I have seen it miss sometimes. So he's going for the swerve. He's going for the swerve. No dodge. Gets almost a quarter damage already from the get-go. He does have a Medusa. So that's a lot of damage potentially incoming. And it looks like neither of us are playing for this point, except for like one cavalry unit. Interesting. So I probably don't want to take a fight against Malekith, not with the Dark Rider support. That's asking for trouble. So we're just gonna chill instead. Get one Crypt Ghoul over here, because I think they can contest Dark Riders just fine. And we have ourselves a double cap. Not the worst of situations, I'd say. I mostly just gotta kill this bad boy. Here comes the Medusa. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot I can do right now against it. Other than just try and get into melee as fast as possible. Is he gonna, what, is he gonna charge or something? He's gonna try shooting my lord, that's for sure. Interesting. Ah, and he's gonna land. All right, all right. So I can't scab scrap his, or I can't Nagash his face, but what we can do is we can capture this far point and kind of feign some charges, perhaps. What does this do? That's just a bunch of healing. I can pop it right now. Pop it like it's hot. He's gonna get his healing out. But Malekith can only heal so much. And I got loads in the bank, man. Ooh, that's a good cavalry catch, too, if I can kill them here. Just some Cold One Knights stuck in the forest. Amazing for me. His archers being stuck in the forest is really rough for him too. And I haven't been summoning. So let's get that action going. Gotta make sure my lord doesn't die, but it looks like he's doing just fine against Papa Malekith. His Cold One Knights got obliterated by that Cav summon too. And now it's already looking pretty sus, right? Oh, whoops, I forgot to capture this. Whoopsie daisies. Yeah, this is looking brutal though. This is looking about as bad as it can possibly go. That's a solid breath attack too. Might even be able to terror out them. That would be huge. And now he's stuck in the forest. In a low DPS situation, vampire counts thrive. So that's even worse for him. Holy crap, this is just disgusting. Kind of gross. Kind of gross, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, he really did not have the juice in this battle. I think Malekith is kind of garbage against vampire accounts. I don't know. The whole Gaze of Nagash business is brutal. You get like 1 million damage with that. He loses to the Strigoi. Crypt Horrors just don't die because you don't have basic archers. Yeah, look at that. Malekith. He's actually going to get routed off if he's a little unlucky here. God dang. And this is against Sampo, too. Sampo's a really good player. But there you go. Your boy Malekith is gone. So as long as I can take off into the skies, we're good. Because then I can chase him off. It's a marvelous Scab Scrathin. There's a breath attacking. I might as well just kill him at this point, right? Might as well just kill him. So let's let him take off into the air. And finish the job. My guys have Strider too, which is nice. Oh, he's stuck on the ground. Alright. Plan B. Come on! I didn't face the right direction. It doesn't matter. It's over. It's gross. It's gross. God, vampire counts, man. So, yeah. There you go. Malekith doing nothing. Yo, he got 1200 value. It's nothing to the 2500 and a summon that this guy got. But, you know, Malekith, you got a good soul stealer, I guess. God, this is what I'm saying when I say vampire accounts have some disgusting matchups. Versus his, what was it? His Dark Elves? Alright. Now the question is, do we make it to semis? Do we make it to the semifinals? Or what? If you could buy workshop upgrades for Empire and Skaven. You know, some of them are really only good in the multiplayer, but that'd be pretty jokes. Yeah, I still only have 6 opponent points. So, unless... If Charix wins against Maximilianaire, I might tie with Killian and Pontim's Claw. But I'm probably not making it to top 4. Unfortunate. I kind of want to check that replay just for my own sanity's sake. The Vampire Counts vs. Tomb Kings. Oh, did it not save? I don't think it's saved. Dang, what a ripoff. Such is life. If I could have won on a 1 cap, I think it was pretty clear. Let me check. Let me check. Give Empire the extended roster? Yeah, I feel like it would not be the worst thing in the world to give him a sick extendo roster. Okay, so my game crashed at, let's see here. My game crashed at 9 units to 17, man. Dude, oh my gosh, dude, there's no way he could have won that, right? And we almost win on a single cap. Such is life. Yeah, 9 units to 17. I was down a Lord, but we win on 1 capture point. So, assuming I hunkered down on just 1 point, it'd be fine. The triple cap means you win 100%. Well, it's hard to tell who would have had a good lead there. I think dwarves getting Ulrika is the big game changer. Dwarves getting Ulrika would be huge because they have magic. That would just be OP. Yeah, I think that would just be OP. Actual magic for the Dawi, like all of them, every build would be Ulrika. That's like a free 1,000 gold value. Warriors of Chaos extended roster, they have everything. How about Demons of Chaos? Oh, they don't even... Demons of Chaos extended roster, you can take these random princes. I think Demons of Chaos get the least from an extended roster. I think all the demons. The mono gods don't even have an extended roster. Chaos Dwarf. Oh, they get the supply train. Yeah, how much does it cost? Oh, they can get the Iceforge Legion. Dude, give that to Norska. Yeah, the supply train, though, is hype. So it's a 1,000 gold, 10,000 HP single entity. It has 55 speed, and I believe it's massive. Can we just see what the supply train does? It used to be Altharion the Grim that had crazy extended roster shenanigans, but... Dang. Dark Elves is one of the better factions versus vampire counts, but counts are just broken right now. I don't think Dark Elves is one of the better factions against counts. Let me look at the win rate real quick. TotalTavern.com. If we go to stats and go to vampire counts, Dark Elves, they have a 59% win rate against. The factions they actually have are... Well, actually, I guess Dark Elves are better than, like, the other half of factions based off that. So, assuming vampire counts were balanced, it would be about even at the Tomb Kings mark. But, yeah, Wood Elves, Slanesh, Khorne, Beastmen, Nurgle. I think those are way spookier. Anyways, what's this train? The Dread Supply Train. What's its mass? 5,000? It's actually not that much higher than other trains. Honestly, I feel like the supply train is not... Oh, geez, never mind. Do each of these segments have attacks? Is that what's going on? So this is attacking. Oh my gosh, they have like a steam side shot. You guys seeing that? The Dread Supply Train. Oh my gosh, this is what people thought Chaos Dwarves were gonna be. None of these single train business units. Single train or duo train. I feel like it'd be funny to get more of this action. Would it be balanced? I don't know. Nurgle with extended roster. What do they got? Seeing this is amazing. I feel like if they added it in, it'd be cool. It'd be cool to have. All right. Here we go. What do we got? What do we have? People still playing. Maximillionaire won against Lemur's Bane. Did Charix win yet? Charix versus Ulrich Wall. Come on, Charix. Give me that opponent point. Give it to me, man. Chariot Squad as a single entity rules. I'm sure you can balance it by you could balance it by just making it expensive enough, right? Come on, Ulrich Wall and Okay, wait. So did Killian win? So Killian won against Pontim's Claw, and he has 1,000,000 opponent points. So that means I'm pretty screwed unless Alec Rawl has the same opponent points than me, losing to Charix. Dang, that's rough. Such is life, though. This was the choice we took. I'm not saying I would do it different. Okay, greenskins with lava spider units, yeah. And armored squigs. Armored squig hoppers. Only 55 armor, though, isn't that impressive. Lava spider riders. 40% fire resist. I remember spider hatchlings being pretty busted, because they're light cavalry for 250. 50 leadership kind of sucks, but 250, man. They're 250. Super squig. Bloated corpse times 1,000,000. The OG bloated corpse, it even has 425 cost. Feral wyvern. What's the difference between that and the normal wyvern? Are they literally the same? There's no difference. Just all right, yeah. I guess they're this one has siege attacker. This one has siege attacker. Nice. So CA just released Does it look different? Maybe it looks different. There is none. It doesn't even look different. Alright, come on, Alec Wall. Don't have more opponent points than me. At least tie. Give me some more Vampire Accounts games. You remember seeing hatchlings all the time with the Arachnarok Queen? Yeah, it kind of fell off. I don't know exactly what happened to it. This used to be a very popular unit. Did it get nerfed? How the builds the game gives you? Terrible. Look at this auto-gen. What is this? It gives you too many different units. So there's a high chance you get some pretty garbage units. It also puts chevrons on some dudes, which is kind of a waste. And it takes a lot of regiments for renown, which tend to not be worth most of the time. Warcraft 3 champion? Dude. Yeah, that Warcraft 3 game was crazy. Other units came out, so it's not the best way to play. Was it before or after the Stone Troll shenanigans? Okay, so Charix dueling against Ulrich Wall. They be dueling. God, my opponent points suck right now, man. At least we get to copy Maximilianaire. That'll be fun. We'll get to see him. We can scout out his builds. Maybe I'll cast him. Very likely he's playing Vampire Accounts today. Here we go. You still feel like you see it a fair amount? Nah, I like never see the Arachnarok Queen. Although I don't watch Turin that much in his regular posts. I mostly watch his like, you know, his tournament casts. 3 more matches to finish. You think it'd be meta for Chaos Dwarves to pick up and move around artillery during a game? Pick up, it depends. Like, how quickly are you picking up units? I don't think it would change that much, honestly. Most people bring a lot of anti-single entity action to kill dwarves. So, you know, any train build is still just a train build. It'll run into its usual counters. Yeah, so tomorrow, by the way, I'm thinking I might want to try my no economy campaign run as the High Elves.
Sigma, we must preserve.
I'm thinking, what do you guys think? Who's the most fun lord to play if you're not allowed to make any economy buildings? There's no such thing as just a train build. They're good, don't get me wrong, but they can't duel single entities. Teclis, Imric, or Eltharion. Torhox. Alright, here. Teclis, Imric. I think Eltharion. They spell his name right.
No rest, no weakness.
Eltharion. Or, Tyrion. Alright, what do you guys think? Who's the best elf lord? Mostly because of the start position. Emmeric's pretty jokes because of the start position. So far we have 50% Emmerich. 50% Emmerich. If he gets the majority of the vote, I don't have to do first past the post. He just wins. Emmerich's start position's pretty jokes. Been a while since I played him. Looks like some people are voting Eltharion. Alright, second poll. Imric or Eltharion? Those are the two popular in the last one. Who will win it? Place your bets or your votes. Seems like Imric's probably gonna win though, right? 60% of the vote. It'd be pretty interesting having no economy buildings. 59%. Yeah, there's like no reason to build up settlements if you have no economy buildings. Imric should be harder too. I don't know. Doesn't he have like super OP dragons? They're not free though, right? They're not free. Oh my gosh. Still, these 3 matches are going. Eltharion has goated cheese. It's true. Magic go burr, yeah. Alright. Imric it is. Sorry, Twitch chat. I don't think you could swing the vote. Actually, you technically could, but I assume you guys are also... It'll be a similar spread. So tomorrow, I'm going to do a no economy Imric. It's going to be sacking economy for days then. Loot, sack, everything. I really wonder if you can actually like paint a map or what, because as the campaign, as the battling gets larger and larger, you kind of get boned, right? Because like, how am I supposed to conquer lanes? I don't know. We'll see. I think the biggest issue is the late game. Though, I can get allies. We can get some allies going. I think allies would make it, like, really easy, though, right? Can I do it without allies? So, no allies. I'm not going to do only war, because that can get a little boring sometimes. Maybe just the base economy of the settlements will be good enough. Maybe they'll be good enough. Nagarite. You know, the skirmisher spam you can do as Nagarite is pretty insane. Don't count them out. Charks and Ulrich are also playing. Do it with allies, but without selling settlements. I feel like that would still be really easy. You can use Karavdir's Isabella art for the screen blocker. Oh yeah, we are playing vampire accounts. Yeah, Karavdir's Isabella art. Eh. I feel like it doesn't fit the frame very well though, right? Doesn't fit the frame that well. I'll probably stick with this for now. It's a good art though. Got a lot of port cities. Well, like, you know, they'll all be at tier 1, I guess. The port thingamajigs. Make a campaign where you can recruit only the cheapest unit. It'd be pretty jokes. Peasant mob only. A lot of people have done those types of campaigns though. I feel like no economy is new and exciting. Nagarythe early game is hilarious. Yeah, mass shadow walkers just crush everything, man. It's like nothing the AI can do against that. Okay, it's just Charix versus Ulrich Wall now. Here we go. So we're hoping Ulrich Wall loses, and somehow I get enough Swiss points to beat him. The odds are rather unlikely, though. Because I think his opponent points are going to go up after the match. Campaign where you take each unit only once past a certain turn number. You can take each unit only once. You don't, you know, past turn 1 then. We'll see, we'll see. I would like to do a few challenge campaigns again. No recruitment campaign, only get units from Confederation. Because, yeah, I feel like only war is a little overdone nowadays. Stock stance plus underway movement are incredibly powerful. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Nagarythe does have ambush for free. Yeah, that's super OP. You can cheese any non-Nurgle campaign by just keeping the Vanguard deployment infection rolling. What does the Vanguard deployment thing do for you though? I guess maybe free surrounds on the enemy armies. Only able to do anything every 3 turns. Holy crap. That's pretty crazy. Yo, turn skip campaigns. That's interesting. You would get to build a lot taller doing turn skip campaigns, but I feel like it might just be boring. You might just have to play really defensive for that. It's interesting though. What would you have to do? You just have to like leave your armies in position to get attacked, hopefully. If your army's too strong and they ignore them, you get screwed, right? So you need a faction with like really bad auto resolve, so the AI just gets debated 24/7. What happens if you queue up orders? Interesting. Okay, all right. I guess queuing up orders, I feel like that should be allowed. It makes it so much more interesting. Speed run challenges. I've done some speed run challenges in the past. They're pretty fun. We'll have to see though. We'll have to see. I don't know how my series will do. Campaign series, I need to put out more videos to see if they'll take off or not. Tournament recap series is doing fine. But yeah, well, it's a we'll have to see situation. Infinity turn 1. Didn't they patch out Khorne's Infinity turn 1? I thought they did. Come on, Charix, Ulrich Wall. How goes, man? Turning off casualty replenishment. Oh god, that would be that would be pretty crazy with no replenishment. I lose my armies all the time though, so I'd be kind of used to it. Can you win with only corpse carts? A corpse cart only run would be hilarious. It's so bad. But, you know, maybe. Some mass corpse carts. You have Gorst, and they just spam Winds of Death. So, like, a corpse cart only run, the only way to win it is, like... Yeah, it's Grail Relique too, yeah. I don't know. There's a few challenge campaigns that could be real interesting. A no recruiting run would be pretty cool. So much editing though, man. So much editing. Do they stack? No. The ability needs to have a different name for it to stack. Mercy has done no recruit runs? Really? Oh, so he confederates for it, huh? Interesting. Vibe editing with AI? Oh, God. Only extended roster one. So what? Just Sylvanian crossbows, I guess? Can you beat the vampire counts with only living units? So you have to play Kemmler, right? And your lords are necromancers. I bet if you stacked Kemmler and the necromancers together, you could get enough winds of magic to cheese everything with magic. And then you summon a couple crossbowmen and handgunners. Only ROR. Oh, they're finally done. So Charix won, but I think we still don't have enough Swiss points. Oh, we're tied. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Ah, thank God. At Maximilianaire. At Charix. At Killian. Be on standby. At Ulrich. While we're up. Tiebreaker time. All right. Here we go. Vampire counts. Oh, this will be interesting. Let's see here. I'm top bracket. Alright, what are his factions? Let's do this. Blessed 3-1. Here we go. So, we sent them the code. Tiebreaker match is going to be on, Norskin Rise. Alright. Norskin Rise. Here we go. It's time. Oh. Someone dropped. Killian had to drop from the tournament. At Maximilianaire, at Charix, Someone dropped. So we can go to top 4. Ah, hell yeah. Alright, well that simplifies things. So I just need to replace Killian with myself. And then we'll be goodies. Here we go. Just the domination top 4. So we can do that. And then Killian is there. Alright. Okay. Okay, we are still versus each other. Alright, sick. Now the arduous process of trying to edit out the Killian. So how do I do this? Okay, so I go here, and I gotta replace Killian with Ulrich Wall, and then we're good. Yep, rigging the tournaments again. Here we go, Rig City. Rigicity, you guys. Let's see here. Ulrich Wall. There we go. So it's saved. I'm bottom bracket. All right, sick. Let's do it. Let's do it. Vampire counts. I'm vampire counts. Pass is 123. The super secret password. All right. So events counts. So you pick 3, and I pick 1 of those. All right, let's go Melmo. Oh god, not the Melmo memes. All right, so on Celestial Lake. Here we go. Okay, 3 favorite factions in multiplayer: Slanesh, Empire, and maybe Kislev. Though Kislev is less interesting for me nowadays. All right, so what are we gonna play against? Slanesh, Dark Elves, Counts, Wood Elves, High Elves. Holy crap! Ulrich Wall has like the full Vampire Counts counter set up. Oh god, we're dead, guys. It's over. Stop watching now, man. These are all terrible matchups. He could go Slanesh, Wood Elves, and High Elves. What the crap am I supposed to do against that? I guess maybe I can beat up the High Elves. Alright. Well, High Elves is the one that I have the best chance against. Oh, boy. Any faction that can kill Crypt Horrors cost effectively is really good into counts. Crypt Horrors only have 30 armor. High Elf Archers are best in class, almost. It's not impossible. It's not an impossible matchup, and the map is at least okay with us. Abandon hope, everyone. Let's see here. Huh. So, High Elves. Yeah, they got Tempest. Time to experiment. Yeah. We got some experimenting to do. The Tempest is a giant pain in the butt. No more free matchups. I know. What a ripoff. Let's see. I could settle for... God, High Elves have options, man. They got options. Okay, this is not the worst. And I could also run this. Okay. Are there any good lore choices here? I feel like I don't have a lot of good lore choices. Like, I'm gonna get like Arcane Unforaged, or like it's like a million different ways for them to bully my guys. A million different ways. Okay, still though, it's not impossible. Yeah, all right, all right. not impossible. Alright, you know what? This is not that bad. This is not that bad. So I have that going for me. Nice. Let's see. High elves. God, they have so much stuff. Black Knights cook. Black Knights are good. Like, Black Knights just cook in general. It's true. He could bring in the Regiment of Renown Dragon Prince, though. And I would suffer. I would suffer. That Dragon Prince is very, very hard to deal with. We need to stretch and hydrate. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Stretch and milk. I got water. Milk is tempting, though. I'm not hungry yet, though. Okay, guys. How do you kill the Fireborn? Hex rates are just a non-option. Fireborn, eh? Just throw 3 Blood Knights at the Fireborn. Sick. Gotcha, man. I gotcha. All right. I can do. Yeah, this build is not very impressive. It's lacking a lot. It's gonna be a lot of suffering. But I at least will go down with the fight. There's a chance. There's always a chance that we can crush it here. Oh boy. Oh boy, we gonna die. We gonna die so hard. Graveguard Halberds, they're okay. They have to fight large units though. I think they get crushed by something like I think they'll get crushed by something like an anything. Like a white lion. I think white lions are pretty spooky in general. Bald Man Buna. Okay, Bald Man Buna's not bad as just a cav destruction tool. Oh, what the? I did spend 1,500 gold. That's kind of insane. I can't believe it. Jeez. What am I doing, man? What am I doing? Almost like 1,000,000 gold down. Jeez. All right. Alrighty. Alrighty. Then I can spend my money like so. Okay. Do you accept donation requests for this tourney? Maybe not right now. I want to beat Ulrich well. I'll accept it if I get a good matchup. Although if you really want me to, there's a price. I kind of judge based on like how much money you put in, and then that affects how much effort I go into. But you know, I don't want it to be a bad show though, right? I still have to have a chance of winning. So, you know, no requesting me to spam Hex Wraith. You know, it'll just be feel bad for anyone watching, because we'll all know what's gonna happen. Okay, all right. I have a decent build. Excited to see that high elf build. I wonder what he's gonna bring. Gorst time. Gonna gorst him up. Yeah, I guess this is it. Here we go. For me, it's all Vargeist and Black Knights in this matchup. Vargeist are good, but I think the threat of Tempest is like way too spooky. Tempest will tear your Vargeist apart, man. Alright, so the meaty dangler, I took your suggestion. Because I think it's actually pretty good. Bald Mane Buna. So I got Manny. Manny the Destroyer. What we're gonna do is we're gonna hide him so he can't see what my lord is. Imagine fearing high elves. I know, right? In the end, vampire counts still have a pretty decent win rate here, but I wouldn't say it's favored for counts. So if Ulrich Rahl summons in the Fireborn, I might get a free win because I get to Buna them. So I kind of have to bait them out by putting my dude in the forest here. It doesn't mean he can't really participate in the battle, which is kind of sus. But optimally, he gets like a Dragon Prince or something. We don't have a lot of bats. I did have one Vargeist in case he didn't bring Tempest. That's another really nice solution to deal with his cavalry. And then I just bought hella Graveguard. An absurd number of Graveguard. I don't know if he's going to be spamming White Lions. I think High Elves are much more likely to spam Rangers here. So Graveguard Shield should actually cook pretty hard. The Potato PC kicking on in. No corpse carts. I think I have one corpse cart to just provide a little bit of bonuses, but they get sniped by archers really quickly. And that's not something that I look forward to dealing with. Just think of all those times you played High Elves and got damage spelled. Well, that was with Melkoths. I don't really have access to Melkoths here. Not easily, anyways. You have to go for a Lore of Shadows hero, which sucks, man. Oh, it sucks real bad. Ulrich Rahl with the potato PC. Ah, there we go. All right. And here we go. So, lots and lots of Graveguard. That's gonna be the play. So these guys are otherwise going to be fairly exposed here. So having a halberd behind them to keep them safe is going to be important. Zombies, shield. These guys taking up the center line, and zombies just huddling over on that far side. Now we're going to swap out one of them here so that if we do run into rangers, we can cover that. And then Manny in the trees. Gonna be staying safe. Ready? Here we go. So I'm really just hoping that he has some epic cavalry. He only has 9 units. Why does he have 9 units? I don't know. That's a really low number of units. Interesting. You really go for like a no archer build? Or is it Cav Max or something? Holy crap. You went for a Star Dragon Alariel. So I'm never going to kill the Star Dragon. The only thing to do here is to just spam infantry. Graveguard Halberds for the win. Hopefully he summons in his hyper elite cavalry. That'd help a lot. So, yeah, I just have to capture the points, right? There's no way I'm going to uptrade into this. It's a million dragons. So we're just gonna pile on in over here. Man, he's just chilling. There's no point Bunaing his skirmish cavalry, by the way. It doesn't kill entities. So that's not really going to help me out. And here we go. He's going to try and stall me out. He has some basic silver in here. Okay, silver are actually a little bit more than just basic, but interesting. Man, he's making his way downtown. So that point should get captured very quickly. He's really going for my boys over there, the White Kings. Does he have Tempest? He does, okay. So he wants full air dominance. Makes sense. Yeah, so he just has Tempest and healing. That's not the end of the world. You can live with that. Star Dragon, what? It just took off? Kind of crazy. Manny actually has to stay alive here. If he gets caught, that would be pretty bad. Because Star Dragon on such an expensive lord is pretty rough.
The foe's victory point.
There we go. There's a victory point. All right, let's just let him get into melee. Let's go halberds. His skirmishers can't do anything against Graveguard, at least. And yeah, it's another halberd, right? God, my eyes are dry. All right, so that's a pretty good scab scrap. Catches all of his infantry there. The White Kings will do all right. And yeah, he just has a little bit of cav running into the back line. Not a big deal. He actually goes for a heal. That's kind of insane. And our first Silver Helm unit has made it to the battlefield. Honestly, not a big deal. Go, 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 White Kings. Doggos are doing great, munching away over there. And the halberds are going to cook super hard. Plus, we have corpse carts. Corpse carts will be good. Fun fact about the White Kings. If they die, I can just resummon them for insanely cheap. So that's really nice for me. Manfred. Chillin', nice. Honestly, I don't know if his build is actually going to cook here. His build feels like it's not that great, right? Like, he has a Star Dragon just to kill White Kings. But, like, White Kings are, like, kind of dime a dozen. They're definitely high priority. Like, you kind of have to kill them, but... like, they're just White Kings in the end, right? At least I believe that's how that works. I could use a single cav summon. I feel like that would be nice. The Star Dragon's going to take a little bit of a beating for its transgressions landing into my backfield. Doggos get countercharged by his cav. That sucks. Alright. Ah, there we go. There's a Fireborn. Nice. So I just have to Buna them then. Easy. I can't believe he summoned the Fireborn against Buna. He doesn't have a lot of healing for them, so like this is gonna hurt quite a bit, I feel. Hopefully we can catch those Silver Helms too. And now clock is really ticking. His Fireborn have taken massive damage, so they are out of the picture for the foreseeable future. Manny's doing great. He's bullying a L'Oreal. There's the capture. Dude, that's so much value, man. That's like 600 value. Just from that Fireborn catch. It's insane, man. All right, now I gotta not make the same mistakes I did before and lose my capture points. We have cavalry this time, so it shouldn't be too bad. Ah, okay, so he's using a L'Oreal Star of Avalorn on them. There's still Graveguard halberds there, so it's not gonna be too pretty. Scrap for days. Looking pretty good against those spearmen. We have a bit of a tussle going on here. All right. I can just get another Buna on them. That part's not too bad for me. Varric's Reavers here, I think, crush it. But will Manfred die to the dragon? I guess we'll see. Oh, that's another Buna. So that's another insanity value trade for me. And I can just resummon the White King, right? He only killed one White King with the dragon so far, so we know it's not especially fast at that process. He's losing a lot of cavalry for this here trade. That's pretty brutal. Fireborn a heal cap now. And yeah, I feel like he doesn't have much outside of maybe a Manfred kill. If he kills Manfred here, that would be pretty bad. Thankfully, he's a speed demon. Rocking that 66 speed. Maybe not that much of a speed demon. Yeah, okay. So now he is having a hard time capturing that point. I think we'll be okay. Vampire counts, unfortunately. They have a few builds. I think he was expecting a very different Vampire Counts army, probably with some dragons and such. And that left him woefully unprepared for the main tide. A classic strategy. A very safe strategy. Rip Fireborn. Yeah, they have what? They got 1,000 gold value, but they also ate up all the healing. So I don't know if they're actually worth it or not. And more cavalry, silver helms. The thing is, high elves do not have armor-piercing cavalry outside of the Fireborn. So that's just gonna suck for them. Corpse card is finally in the cookie jar. It's having a great old time. White King is in here. Let's get that Scab Scrath, the Manny. He can even bully a L'Ariel, potentially. That would be pretty bad for my opponent if she goes down. Ah, but the Star of Avalorn. Okay, all right, big plays. Screw that business then. I'm leaving that. Yeah, mobile Manny. He's too fast. He's too furious. All right, so let's not make the mistakes that we did against the Tomb Kings and actually hold our back points. They'll do well. Some Braced Graveguard. They didn't take a lot of damage from that, so I think we're still okay. Manfred, unfortunately, he may get bullied by a dragon. If he can just distract it into Millennia, though, I think we'll still be fine.
One of your units has been destroyed.
He's gonna have to spoon, though. Come on, Manny. Get out of there. You have so much to live for. Like one more Buna on the Fireborn. Just get 1,000,000 value, man. Okay, so we can block them up. So I don't think he has a Tempest here. And he can't capture that point. Nice. Manfred looks like he may live. He may yet live. 3 more winds of magic, Manny. Come on. You got this. Oh, I don't think we got a brace there. Unfortunate. Still fine, though. Manny is getting bullied. Did these dogs kill, did they kill the Fireborn? They're kind of mucked up, right? And we got that one on lock. I don't think he's capturing any of these points, but losing Manfred does mean that we begin the down trading. Though my value is still insanely high compared to his. That's just the Graveguard Halberd diff. Yeah, Manfred got absolutely munched, but killing the Fireborn is everything he needed to do, really. Once the Fireborn are dead, it's like there's just nothing they can do, right? High elves just don't really have anything. Like these halberds just hard carry them. Yo, the addition of Graveguard halberds is so insane for this faction. It's actually kind of crazy how good the halberds are for some matchups. Because otherwise I would have been stuck with great weapons, and that can be a little awkward. Look at that vigor boost. Look at that little vigor boost dude over there. He is, yeah, we win on a single cap by a long shot. So as long as we can slow down the trading core a bit, we'll be fine. Star Dragon, I'm sure it got lots of value. It did pay for itself, but it didn't pay for itself with any tickets. And yeah, the power of not bringing crypt horrors. There we go. Chasing off his cav. Let's bring in more cav, I guess. Looks like he might get this 1 point, but he's gonna take a lot of damage trying it. Ton of skeleton spears are doing great. White King is just being a menace right now. Even got that Scab Scrath action to injure him a bit. And oh my gosh, it's gonna, oh my god, what? I actually still have capture weight there? That's insane, man. Dude, Vampire Counts are busted. Vampire Counts is so busted, man. Although, I guess he didn't have any archers. The no archer build is kind of weird. I feel like he could have taken normal archers instead of skirmishers. And I probably wouldn't have been able to catch them ever. I don't know what the, yeah, I don't know how I feel about the skirmish dudes. Like, they're only there to run away from your cavalry, I guess. Maybe he was worried about a cav maxim. But there you go. The Graveguard halberds work well. I'd say so. 1,000 value on them. Yeah, I think Graveguard Halberds in some situations. Very good. Manfred, lots of value. Star Dragon was spooky. What these guys do? Yeah, terrible value. I guess they're good for capturing points. Had the map been bigger, I think it would have been fine. GG, well played. Yeah. One wins the magic off. Dude, if I snuck in a Buna there, insta-death. So up against Maximillionaire. He probably beat Charix's Tomb Kings, if I had to guess. I'm Vampire Count. Is he also Vampire Count? Is he also Vampire Count? That would be pretty jokes. He says, oh god. I've played me some Vampire Counts mirrors in the past, so I know what I'm doing. Dried Floodplain. Oh my god, we both mono-factioned it. Oh boy, the Vampire Counts mirror match on Dried Floodplain. Anyways, yeah, Max is probably gonna win this, but I can make him sweat. He's already sweating a little bit because I have some really weird builds. The question is, like, are they gonna work? Are they gonna work? Funnily enough, Vampire Counts is actually a trading game. Winds of Death is massive here. Winds of Death is freaking massive in this matchup. So you gotta worry about that. It's gonna suck. I personally quite enjoy mirror matches. I think there's a lot of fun shenanigans. There's a lot of really fun shenanigans that come with the matchup. Vampire versus vampire. Here we go. Change banner. Yeah, we'll go for the Cathay Vampire Counts. So yeah, he's gonna go for like some crazy shenanigans. He's gonna have some insanity, some absolute insanity. So I'm gonna take this. Is that the only thing I'm taking? This is not bad. This one's not bad either. Okay. Yeah, imagine he takes Hex Wraiths. That would be pretty crazy if he decided to run Hex Wraiths. Now who wins? Blood Knights or Black Knight Lances? Or Hex Wraiths? Okay, Black Knight Lances because they're way cheaper, right? The thing about cavalry though is that you would only want cavalry to counter their cavalry or to kill Crypt Ghouls. Maximillionaire really likes going for Crypt Ghouls. He also really likes going for Vargeists. And that's kind of spooky. I feel like it's very likely he's gonna have a whack load of Vargeists. Which changes a lot, doesn't it? Oh, that changes a lot. Alright. I have to change my entire build now. I gotta change everything. Okay, so I still want that. And we definitely want this. Storm of Night Von Karstein build. Storm of Night's pretty good. If you do really want to go for air dominance. Vargeists have a pretty low entity count at 16, so I don't know if Lock of Doom is perfect versus them. Definitely can help, like Fellbat shenanigans. Okay, alright. What's the difference here? Oh god. Oh lordy. Jeez. What am I supposed to do here? Okay, maybe I can do that. And that way I can have this unit in my army and this unit. Okay, alright, alright. Yeah, this ain't too bad. Is my build janky? Oh, you betcha. Oh, this build is hella jank, but I think we can do okay here. Oh boy, the vampire accounts mirror. What a classic. What an absolute classic matchup. I love it. Okay, I actually need these guys for capture weight. So probably one less of this guy. And then one of these guys. Holy crap, this is a weird build. This is a weirdo build. Alrighty. I think this'll do though. I believe this will do. Oh god, here we go. Here we go. I went full air dominance. It's full air dominance versus whatever he decides to go for. From what I can tell, this matchup really relies on trading. Because the person that uptrades will have more capture weight. Because both sides have great capture weight. So I'm just gonna try and army wipe them. That's the plan. Balefire corpse cards to cancel his healing. Ah, crap, I should have taken one Balefire. It's fine. I'm not really gonna be stuck in like a super long grind. I should have taken one. We'll see. We'll see. Balefire secret tech. Oh no! I forgot the Balefire. Ooh, I kind of love this banner though. Ooh. Alright. So we're gonna go for the high ground. Actually, okay, we're gonna go for here. We're gonna go for middle. Alright, my doggos can definitely capture quickly. And I'm gonna send my cavalry split-wise. This should buy me enough time to get some good trades in. Ready, good luck, have fun. He has 16 units, which is pretty wide. But here's my secret weapon. If I can assert dominance with single entities and kill his Mortis engine, my Mortis engine will absolutely cook. This is the tech, right? You want fewer units engaged, otherwise the Mortis engine will just kill everything. So I'm gonna get double Terrorgeist to dominate the skies. And then what's he gonna do? He can't summon in a Mortis engine. My Mortis engine's gonna kill everything. And then game over, man. Game over. I can also catch his reinforcements with the Vargeist special. Forgot it's not in observer mode. Yeah. Yeah, no, we're actually in the game. All right. The logic is sound. Love to hear it. So he went for what I was going to go for, which was Camler. Unholy Lodestone. All right. So he does not have air dominance, which means I can get some work done. So we gotta get some hella work done. We gotta make sure he doesn't have no crypt ghouls. We gotta kill him off as soon as we can. Also, I have Wind of Death, of course. Gotta get that Wind of Death going. He put these guys on horses. Makes sense. Kemmler has Wind of Death and healing. This is a great trade, though. This is an amazing trade. His crypt ghouls are getting dumpstered here. Although my doggos are getting dumpstered too. It's painful on all sides, but we're gonna be able to kill these guys at least. Then we can send in our goose onto the Kemmler action. And then if we can just kill these guys right off the bat. I know he really likes going for the playstyle where you use crypt ghouls to steal points. And I'm gonna try to abuse that fact. to get him to make some big misplays here. Because that's a lot of money he just lost. That is a stupendous amount of cash that he is now down. The goose doesn't die very quickly to double White King, so I can just kind of bully them there. Let's send in the Vargeists. Send in my lord. The only downside is that I went for the air game and he didn't. But otherwise, you know, it's still going pretty well. Look at that Kemmler action. He's getting cooked. He's getting absolutely cooked. Doggo's even rallied. All right, now what do I want? I can't really get a Mortis engine just yet, or can I? What if I just get a Mortis engine? That would be kind of insane. Anyways, his Crypt Ghouls should die very quickly here. We're gonna see if we can bully the Kemmler. That was a janky breath attack. He kind of friendly fired me. All right, we're gonna back up. We're gonna back up. We're gonna get that Mortis engine. We're gonna kill off the rest of his Crypt Ghouls. Disengage with these bad boys. Leave the doggos in to stall him up. Kemmler's already taken a bit of heat, and that's a good plus for us. But yeah, with so many Crypt Ghouls falling, the value trading is fine. All of these Varghols are a little bit worse aware. This Mortis engine's gonna cook real hard, though. Assuming he can't get his Mortis engine into the battle, we'll be fine. Stern's men over there. All right, gotta be careful. Vargeist can definitely tussle against a couple zombies. That's fine for me. And I don't have any Crypt Ghouls myself. Got the corpse cart? I don't know. I don't know, man. I can definitely tussle against his cavalry. Oh, those are Blood Knights. Those are straight up Blood Knights? Okay, there. All right there, buddy. Try dodging this, though. Goodbye, infantry. All right, so he just got like 10,000 kills. The Blood Knights are looking a little worse for wear. That's nice. That's nice. Blood Knights are pretty jumpy. Holy moly. And we have a corpse card here. I think we just won it. I think it's just over. That was an insane wind of death. That was an insane wind of death. I'm not gonna lie. That was kind of disgusting. I even got another one coming up soon, but my lord's getting bullied, man. My lord's getting absolutely bullied. He got the full surround on him. Oh, that hit. Got that lucky hit off. But I have a Mortis engine in here now. Fly, you fool, fly. Let's see here. How is Blood Knights doing? I have a Mortis engine and he doesn't, though. So, like, it should still be okay. No! I'm gonna need to bring him back. Mortis engine's cooking, though. His Black Knight Lances are fighting. Oh, God, that's terrible. Ah, it's real bad. If I hadn't lost my lord there, this would have been much better for me. He's probably gonna go for the Mortis engine now, so I just have to protect it as much as possible. Oh boy, here we go. If he summons in a Mortis engine, I am so cooked. Come on. Oh, you're kidding me again? Oh my God. My stream got borked too. Oh, no, we might be back. Okay, we're good. Okay, Mortis, this one's on you. Just cook him. Just cook him real good. The Mortis engine's gonna get me hella value, but he's triple capping me now. That's not good. If I can just get my lord back, we'll be fine. That was a great wind of death, but losing your lord is really bad. Oh no. You're telling me the ground Kemmler build is better? He has a really good healing too now, by the way. That's not good. Mortis is still cooking. The goose is doing well. All right. The Black Knights, those are Blood Knights. Am I summoning in the flyers? I thought having a flyer advantage would do me good. The Vargeist did not really do that well, though. God, double White King, why are they so hard to kill? No! No, the double White King. I summoned my thing too early. My Mortis.
No. It is.
Yeah, I was thinking about going for the Camler. Holy crap, the Blood Knights are cooking really hard too. What the crap?
Yes, awake.
Dude, I thought I got the Blood Knights on lock.
With haste.
Dude, they're just annihilating me, man. Ah, it's over.
With haste.
Dang it.
Corpse cart.
All right, Hail Mary. Get the Lord back in there.
The summoning.
Maybe he can get a sick wind of death.
Corpse cart.
He's cycle charging my Stearns men a lot right now. They're healing. And my Lord's back. God, the Mortis is dead though. Yo, I'm surprised at how well the Blood Knights are doing. They're crushing it, man. And also the White Kings are indestructible. I thought the geese would be able to kill him. They were not. That was a pretty good wind of death at least. But he's fighting on top of his corpse cart right now. Alright, let's see if we can at least kill these guys off first. And then maybe go for like a Kemmler snipe. I think that's my only out. I thought the Vargeist would do way better versus cavalry. Yeah, the Vargeist kind of just got cooked. Okay, I do have another wind of death. And the Graveguard are healing. Maybe Kemmler YOLOs himself to death here. You know, a lot of these guys are crumbling away, right? That's good. I can summon 2 zombies over here. And even after the Crypt Ghoul killing too. God, that's so bad. I think my build just isn't that good. Although the early cavalry is really nice. I should probably take Blood Knights of my own next time. This is good practice though if I'm going to be playing vampire counts. I need to have a good counter build. Let's see here. Any way I can kill his cavalry? Sure, let's just chuck it out. Let's just chuck it out. Let's get the Vargeist in here. Dang. Yeah, fell for the air game trap. Air game did not go well against the Cav. Honestly, Cav Max start would have done really well into his Crypt Ghouls. Cav Max would have done really well, because then I could have protected my thingamajigs. So how did the Vargeist do against here? I guess the Blood Knights are just that good into the Vargeist, right? And the Goose just sucks, man. It sucks against the White King so hard. Yeah, he's dead. He has Crypt Ghouls. All right. GG, well played. Brutal.
There is only defeat.
Brutality. We were unable to win the Vampire Counts mirror. Yeah, so Vargeist just suck against his Cav, right? They did okay, but the Blood Knight summons ended up screwing me. He didn't have a Mortis engine, which is insane. Instead, yeah, he just opted not to have a Mortis engine. I think we can probably do his build a bit better. So I was thinking of going Kemmler, because he has Master of the Dead and he has Chaos Tombblade, which is insane healing. The problem is he can get sniped. But he's relatively cheap. Oh wait, did I forget to use my casters? I think I had double Necromancer and I forgot about them the whole battle. Crap. I think I had double Necromancer, Forbidden Rod, and I just forgot to use them. Okay, that was kind of silly. I think I did have double Necromancer, right? No, I didn't. No, I went for full air game. No, that was my other build. Anyways, yeah, Kemmler. I think White Kings on horses are just king here for your single entity squad. The high armor is pretty good, although I think Vargulfs can get a lot more done than the White Kings. I'll probably end up going for 1 Vargulf, double White King, and a Mortis engine instead of the Vargulf. So 1 Vargulf, Mortis engine, double White King. This way you have insane healing on your single entities. You don't really need Invocation of Nehek, I feel. In fact, I think I'd rather have Raised Dead to win the Cav fights. And then you probably just go for, like, Blood Knights and Varric's Reavers. Because you have to kill the early Crypt Ghouls that they summon on in. Should have gone all in on the Blood Knight play like a Chad. Honestly, all in Blood Knight is pretty jokes. I think you do want to get the Balefire and Unholy Lodestone and just fight around them. And then infantry-wise, it's just going to be zombies. Zombies, and I don't even think you go for Crypt Ghouls. Crypt Ghouls kind of suck against the cavalry. So I might even just want to go harder on the Black Knights. I maybe not that hard. I think you still want Crypt Horrors, because they're really good. Maybe 2 of them, and then just like a handful of infantry to trade. But most of your damage is going to come from the Mortis Engine. I think it's a misplay to go for too much infantry. This feels all right. So Mortis Engine stacks with the Sternsmen. You have Blood Knights to win the Cav engagements. And then you can take Ghost Cav for the win. I think they get obliterated by Blood Knight anti-large. All right. Yeah, we'll finish adjusting this. I am still going to stream a very quick disaster battle. That should be very fun. Just as soon as I'm done this build. So I think Crypt Horrors are better than Black Knight with lances, especially if you stack with the Kemmler action. The Mortis Engine's good. Yeah, like I think one more Crypt Ghoul and then... Actually, nah. I think you do want just like the mass capture weight. In fact, I might even just go for like the higher stat Crypt Ghoul to kill his ghouls. Yeah, all right. I think this is a good build. Hexrays suck so bad, they really do. Also, all these guys do like magic damage now, right? Or did they remove that? Oh, they did remove it. Anyways, he'll still die. All right. So, we have a campaign, a disaster battle. Let's see how this goes. All right. So here it is. All right.
You are a degenerate.
Is that a new splash art? Oh, I don't think we're playing modded, no. Blood Knight. Yeah, I think Blood Knight's hard carry that matchup because they kill Vargeist so well with their anti-large. But yeah, so here's a disaster battle we got set up here. It's a million Nurgle units surrounding our teeny tiny Tzeentch army. Now, there is a way to win pretty easily because we have a million regiments of renown we can recruit. So the challenge is, how do we win this using as few resources as possible? I think we will go for, you know, all of our armor and such. So we'll just load out here real quick. And then I can get some magic. There is a what's it? There's a janky Chaos War Shrine there. But it's not the Tzeentch War Shrine. Otherwise, it would actually be pretty hype. Ooh, Helm of Discord. Hell yeah. Alright, let's give this guy Helm of Discord. Honestly, I don't think I really need to worry about the items that much, right? Oh, village isn't even here. Interesting.
For chaos.
Alright, so we gotta take a look at this guy then. Whoops. So, Helm of Discord. Sword of Bloodshed. Have you done the mirror, all the Mirror of Madness stuff? I think so. It was a while ago. What was this, a Doom Totem? Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Yo, you can get like 1,000,000 leadership. That's kind of funny. Alright, I think that's basically all I need though. We can min-max this way harder. But yeah, all I really need to win this is basic final transmutation casting. We go over here. We'll go to this guy. He has all of them items. He needs a little bit of equipment. We'll just throw some random stuff on him. Ring of Ruin and I don't know, Obsidian Amulet, whatever. It doesn't matter that much. And then we have this guy who just needs, he doesn't have any spell casting. He can get Perfect Vigor for Forsaken in his army. We don't have any Forsaken though. Oh, he's on a Manticore. Okay. Sure. So let's just give him some insane melee stats. Oh, physical resist 10%? Okay, wait. Chaos marked missile resist for the Lord's army and Paragon of Ruin. Honestly, these are huge buffs. All right, sick.
The gods smile.
Anyways, yeah, this should be pretty easy. I think we might not even need to recruit any regiments for now. So here we go. It's a Nurgle triple stack. They're in March stance. This is on legendary difficulty. Is there anything else I need to check? Oh, he's talking about the Mirror of Madness? Ah. I feel like this should be pretty chill though, right? It's just a bunch of rot flies. Oh, there's a lot of death heads though. Interesting. Is there any way I can get them to land? Honestly, the death heads might be the hardest thing to deal with if I don't like shoot them to death with the pinks. I do have a rather ludicrous number of pinks though. Alright, here we go. So, this is a disaster battle submitted to me. It's on legendary difficulty, and we got 5 Nurgle armies here to deal with. And we're gonna try and deal with them as cost effectively as possible. Outnumbered 3 times over. We have a pretty strong army here. And while I could recruit a bunch of regiments renown, we're gonna do it hard mode style. And see what happens if I just take the fight. We have a valiant defeat. Honestly, I feel like this might even be like insanely easy because this guy has like crazy leadership buffs. We have a Chaos War Shrine with a ton of leadership. So I could probably just blob against them, right? Shouldn't this be like super duper easy? The only thing that's kind of scary is like this Great Unclean one. But he doesn't even have his Mortis engine yet. Okay, wait a second. Wait just a darn second. This might be like the easiest campaign ever. This might be the easiest disaster battle ever. I'm really curious to see. Because this is a really strong army. I guess there are a lot of death heads. So we probably can't just blob it up. Interesting. Alrighty, so here's the army. We don't have a lot in the way of magic, although I do have final transmutation. This guy is on a Tzeentch War Shrine. Wait, he's on a Tzeentch War Shrine? Never mind. Never mind, we're back to blobbing it up. Okay. I have to know. This could just be the easiest battle ever. So we are but 1.5 armies versus a million Nurgle forces. They're primarily melee, but they have some plague drone death heads here, which do 1,000,000 damage. If they're able to get their shots off, they could potentially melt my single entities. But I do have a couple flyers here. They'll probably be fine. Here we go. I'm just going to bring in the spawn into this very tight formation. And honestly, I feel like this is impossible to lose, right? We're gonna test it by just X4ing through this battle. Usually I don't like to cheese a lot in battles, but this is just like the perfect opportunity, right? Sure, he has some magic and all that. He's going for some flanks, actually. Okay, maybe we'll... And I'm really indecisive on if I want to blob up or not. I think I will. I will use these guys in the main blob, but we're gonna play this properly, just in case, just so we don't throw. And I'm just gonna save all my winds of magic for final transmutation. That much makes a lot of sense. The AI is pretty bad with its flanking too. Just getting the plague drones caught up at the beginning. Marvelous. Please read me. He waited the turn and then got attacked. Why would he wait a turn? Why not just take the attack now? Or is that like part of the the difficulty that you're supposed to get attacked on all fronts? Yeah, the AI's flanking crazy. All right, they're not doing too great though.
Finding victims. Set by destiny.
And there we go. There's the juicy forces. All right, so we're gonna overkill this and just send in the boys. He sent the last save. He sent the last save.
Sorcerer Lord.
I don't think I understand. I don't think I understand what you mean. Seems like this is disaster enough, right? We have a million dudes here.
Marauders of Finch.
Although I'm pretty sure you could win even with less. I could just hit the end turn. All right. You know what? I think this is... Yeah, let me just try this out real quick. I really must know. So we're just gonna War Shrine madness this. So there's final transmutation number 1. There go all of his drones and such. We're just gonna fly on over. Yeah, is this unlosable if we just do this? I don't think I have a healing shrine, unfortunately. I'm not taking mortis damage, right? Okay, yeah, we're good. Unfortunately, I'm a little slowed, but it's okay. Yeah, this is like the mega cheese way to win the battle. Just hard blob, use a crazy leadership. I can Searing Doom on these guys. So does like another 2 armies show up? Is that what the challenge is? Because I'd be happy to just do this again against even more armies. This is like final transmutation heaven. The winds of magic should be through the roof on this guy too because of all the units dying nearby him. He's fully charged. He's fully charged. And then I can get this big old bombardment. And then I can do it again. The mega cheese. I just have to remember to use like my abilities, right? Although he is kind of running out of winds of magic. Is this winnable if you just blob? Pinks don't need to be in the blob, and they kind of help buffer the damage. It's a nice way to like spread the damage out. Oh dang, wait, yo, maybe with the Nurgle healing shrines they actually do live. Let me see. I just want to know first if we can do this. Oh, he's almost routed. Yeah, there's a Nurgle shrine like right here, like this dude. Oh dang, those are some cheap final transmutations. Dang. Oh wait, actually I do still have a lot of aspiring champions. It's kind of close though. Final transmutation. It's doing its best. Dang, all right, so it actually is a tussle. Looks like a real trial of Tzeentch, yeah. Come on, a little bit more magic. Another final transmutation. Dude, he has like 25,000 damage. It might actually not be enough though. It's getting real close. The Nurgle War Shrines? Okay, I see. I see what you're putting down then. Okay, so you do actually have to micro in this. All right, so that means it's a worthy challenge. Alrighty. So I do have to just re-get the save real quick. 1 second, 1 second. The situation. It's turn 60 on Legendary Very Hard campaign. I have an army and a half with time to recruit more, but would love to see how you would take down the full melee force of Nurgle. Sadly, Village and Tarmacon are not near the fight. Okay, you know what? Let's do the same thing, but we actually just hit the end turn button and see if we can fight multiple. Huh. I'm pretty sure if you go wide, you can probably just shoot the dudes to death. Yeah, Nurgle can actually outgrind Tzeentch. That's kind of crazy. All right, so we go to our downloads. Let's go here. Warhammer 3. Save games. And then I should be able to load. Did you blob up against a Mortis engine? There actually weren't any Mortis engines. Just the healing is too good. Dang. Looky there. All right, hopefully this works properly. So we're gonna try ultra hard mode. The grind is Nurgle's specialty, yeah. Anyways, I think all I really have to do to win this is to get like some sick Lord snipes. We're gonna try no corner camping. And we're just gonna sit back and relax at the challenge stone. Let's go outside of the settlement. So if I just hit end turn, does that work? I lost some of my equipment, but it's fine. I don't really need it that badly. Outside of Helm of Discord, though. I think Helm of Discord is super important. Let's see, where's it at? Helm of Discord. I think that's the only one I really need. I guess I'll take the Fireball, too. All right. And then you become a sick combat lord. And all right. All right, so let's see if we can manufacture a bit of a disaster battle. Can I deal with this many Nurgle dudes with but a single army and a half? Let's see, let's see. Oh hell yeah! All right, how much did it bring in? 4 Nurgle armies. All right, against me and my settlement. Well, it's more Nurgle armies than the not in March stance. All right, let's try this. So here we have a disaster battle against the forces of Nurgle. It's a late game Warriors of Chaos composition. Truly testing our mights. We have a garrison. We have a bunch of aspiring champions, a lot of pinks to snipe single entities. The goal is to just try and micro really well. We just did a test with blobbing and that didn't really work too well. Yeah, now this is a disaster battle. Can we win this one? There is a choke point. I can most definitely go for that. Unfortunately, my reinforcements are coming from miles away. So, oh boy, all right. Alright, the forces of Tzeentch versus the forces of Nurgle. Anyways, as long as my pinks can shoot, I think we'll be okay. This is a decent choke point. Will we have to cheese? Let us see. So first things first. Oh, nice. The AI is being nice to me. They're also waiting for Vanguard. So I'm just going to position here. And we're just going to take a massive fight. I'm not going to use the white line because it's boring. Here we go. So first things first. Aspiring champions are going to take to the front. Pinks are going to be right behind them. I have some chariots. I even have some marauder horsemen. That's amazing. Spawn over there with the aspiring champions. This guy's gonna go in my cav group. Yeah, all of them can go into the cavalry group. And then I can have a secondary line of infantry as backup in case they decide to show up. And I have 2 Tzeentch chosen. Interesting. Alrighty. Here's my caster. Here's my hit squad. Or actually, wait. You need to go. You need to go on 5. You guys need to go on 4, I think. Because these are my hit squad units. But I got a horseman and a foot character man. Alright. Should be good enough. Alright, so here we go. We have a bit of a manufactured disaster battle against the forces of Nurgle. We are up against 4 Nurgle armies. And we have but a full army and a half plus a garrison. Can it be done? I think, honestly, if we just do a bit of focus fire, we should be fine. The AI is pretty bad when it comes to flanking too. So generally you can kind of catch them out in the forest. We'll just march right on top of them and get a little bit of value trades on. We have a little bit of cavalry over here. But as long as my blues can keep firing, I think he's screwed, right? Do I have any magic for this fight? No magic, unfortunately. Yeah, let's go over here. Chaos Knights of Nurgle. Alright, I think this is just going to come down to sniping the priority targets. There he is. This is just a dude. He's not on a shrine. Great Unclean One is honestly not too spooky either. It's this guy. Talogast. So Talogast has Giver of Abundant Glory, which is 0.1% healing every second. So 10 seconds, he's going to heal up 1% of their HP. Every 2 minutes, he's healing over 10% of the HP. And we simply cannot afford to let that happen. Thankfully, we do have an amazing choke point over here. This fight's going pretty great. I should be able to mop up the flanks over there. Can we hold the front? Where is he at? That's just the foot character. That's just another foot character. Honestly, I should just spam magic. So like Final Transmutation isn't really going to do a lot for me here. But if I can kill off all their infantry and get them routing, I think that'll help me out a lot more. The flies definitely have to get focus fired. Looks like this is looking fine. Alright, which means I can turn my attention to this insane grind. Oh, do I get a cooldown reduction every time I cast a spell? That would be pretty hype. Okay, and there he is. Talogast! Alright, so we'll just focus fire him. And then we're gonna cast here. Yeah, does it reset my cooldown? Oh, it's kind of hard to see. We'll get there eventually. How's this fight going? Pretty good. Helm Discord is gonna help out. Come on! Can we outgrind the forces of Nurgle? There's still cavalry here, so I can't really do much with my chariots. I'm just gonna leave them in reserve for a late game cleanup. I think that's just a much better choice. Finally, we've cleared out this madness. Although there is still one unit of toads being super annoying there. Talogast is insane when it comes to the resistances. You know what? Okay, I might as well get some final transmutations. That's a lot of damage. Come on, man, just kill him. The healing is much more important than like getting a Storm of Fire off, I think. Okay, so where is he? Come on, all hands on deck. Yeah, I have a Shadows caster and a Metal caster. And okay, there you go, heroes are in. And then I think once he's down, there's no more, right? I can use Dragon Ogres to kill the Plague Drones. Finally, we can make use of these chariots now that the knights are a little bit more bogged down.
We don't forget.
And I think we're almost in the clear, right? Yeah, one final transmutation and then he's dead. Alrighty. What do I have? Do I have this? Nice. Yeah, this was actually pretty chill. I just have to not stupid blob it. You just have to not stupid blob it. Just let your range units shoot. Focus fire the healing. Because Nurgle is really nothing without the healing. Also, the aspiring champions just will not die ever on that front line. And now that they're kind of in disarray, I think there's nothing they can do, right? All the units will just pile in super slowly. Success! Yeah, give me a little bit of magic, and we're fine. Plague Drones come in onto the Dragon Ogres once again. Although, wait, are we still gonna lose this? I guess there are still a lot of armies left. I have this like massive force though, right? They can just flank. Do they have another healer? No healer. They have a couple soul grinders that are miles away, but not a problem. More Plague Drones coming in. The backline Dragon Ogres are amazing here. Yeah, all right. I think we should spam those Furies now. There's a few too many Plague Drones that I don't want to deal with. There we go. And is another final transmutation worth it? There's a lot of units are pretty low. It'll probably get a lot of work done. There you go. Final transmutation. We have a 6th flank going on. And I only have 1.5 armies left to deal with. Honestly, I feel like we probably could have done this without the garrison too. I feel like, yeah, I feel like we didn't really need the garrison. Although the terrain advantage was huge, right? The terrain definitely helped out, but like this was pretty chill. You guys got sent spicier disaster badges. Oh, geez. Oh, they all showed up at the same time. All right, you know what? Maybe I spoke a little bit too soon. We got Plague Ogre spamming coming. A few toads here. Yeah, it might actually be a little spicier than I initially gave it credit for. How much magic do I have? Actually, reserves are kind of low too. Wait a second. Mayhaps I was overconfident. Do I want one of these? Sure. Let's see what I have. A couple pinks. Aspiring champions are pretty low. I have some Tzeentch dudes. Soul grinders should go down. He still has I'll have to see how many ogres he actually has in that army. It could be a lot, it could be basically nothing. If it's just like the 3 ogres, I think we'll be fine. Caster's gonna have to be real careful though. Single entity squad, kinda getting cooked. If you're nothing without healing, you shouldn't have it. They might be something. Let's see here. Okay, so they have spawn, toads, 2 ogres, and another rotfly, and 2 soul grinders. Dang, yo, this is actually pretty. This is a pretty spicy battle. Look at that. Okay, I do have effectively infinite wins. I don't have a net for the ogres, though. A net would be amazing. I feel like this would definitely be, this would definitely be pretty spooky without the choke point. Dang, those marauders got wrecked. All right, here we go. The plague ogres are here. Come on, come on. Let's send them in. Let's focus here. I just need them to blob up for a really, really nice Stormfire. Stormfire should do pretty well here if I cast it just directly on top of them. And then a final transmutation will do full damage to the ogres. Come on, come on. Stormfire is doing... Honestly, a lot of the hits are shooting the Furies. Dang, yo, what the what? We might barely lose this. I'm willing to try the battle again, though. I feel like this is actually a pretty fun one. What's the best way to win this? Final transmutation spam is good. 130%. Yeah, there's the army losses. God dang! All right, let's try this again. Let's see here. Yo, it's a fun one, though. All right, here we go. I was wrong. Definitely could have killed, like, the triple army. GG's. All right, let's try this again. I think what we need to do... Could blob harder. I think I can use my flyers to snipe that lord with the healing, and then we'll be fine. Yeah, I thought this was supposed to be the easiest battle ever. All right, did it save when we got into the fight? This was supposed to be the easiest battle ever. God dang. All right, hubris. Hubris time. Yo, I thought we were so chill after the healer died. No, they grind, man. They grind hard. I wish I had a Nurgle War Shrine. If I had a Nurgle War Shrine, then it would be unlosable. For sure, for sure. All right, sweat mode time. We're not gonna super cheese it though. No corner camping, none of that. I'm not gonna recruit any regiments for now neither. I think it should be pretty fun to just see how this pans out. So there's their 4 armies. Alrighty, alrighty. I think what I need to do is I just gotta get the sniping squad activated. And then probably split the aspiring champions to kill off their flanking forces. Embrace the cheese. Legend would never reload a disaster battle. I'm gonna try playing it proper. Just checkerboard. Checkerboard's not gonna do anything. We're just gonna play this well. I'm just gonna actually split my forces. Because these guys spread out pretty hard, right? And then individual forces shouldn't take too much damage. They should be able to grind in melee. No, we can definitely win this. We can definitely win this. All right, here we go. Here we go. So he has a lot of toads and such. I'm actually just gonna push out a little bit and maybe use this terrain piece to stop them from flanking. So there's the squad. This is the goon squad. We're just gonna roll up. We're gonna take some terrain. And then... Okay, now the pink should be way safer if I just position them like so. Let's see here. I need my backline defense over there. All right. This feels much better. So I'm going to use aspiring champions to cover my right flank. Looking good, looking good. Where is that shrine dude? He's nowhere to be seen just yet. He'll show up eventually, I'm sure. All right, here we go. Proper battle. Unfortunately, one of my lords, I kind of overextended with him. He should just stay back for leadership's sake. And then I should be able to kill off the death heads. Over there. Let's get the counter charge off. Alright, this is a much better. This is a much better situation. There we go. Alright. And then I have my horsemen in here. Chariots are gonna stick with the Cav Corps. They're not good against the flyers, but they should do just fine. And there he is, the big man himself, the one that we must kill. So now we're just gonna beeline for him. I also have to kill the cultist. You know, maybe I should have taken Plague of Rust on this guy. Just Plague of Rust him. Alright. I also have to scoot up a bit with my shooty boys. With my pinks. Alright, there they go. At least they're not healing too much of the army right now. I don't even know if it's worth using my magic just yet, because a lot of it's going to be healed up. So we're just going to hold on it for now. Backline defense is doing great. Dragon Ogres just massacred that poor cultist. So now what we do is we grab our horsemen, and then we right-click that bad boy. So cultist is going to go down first. Let's get some Searing Doom action to make it a little bit easier for them to disengage. All right, where's the other guy? The other dude is... Where's he at? Wait, where is he? This is the cultist. The other one is... Oh, he's still way in the back. All right, that's not a big deal then. All right, onwards we go. Let's get some magic going. We definitely got to hold this line. Cultist is almost down, so that's that healing gone. And here we go. Strike Squad. The Strike Squad's moving on in. Come on, get that disengage. So first things first, they're going to kill off the cultist. Then they're going to intercept this guy before he can get some massive heals off. Let's get another one of these, and then we can get a crazy storm of fire here. There you go. Cultist is gone. Ah, thank goodness. There's the storm of fire. All right. Looks like the Dragon Ogres are mostly cooking. I will say my castle's taking a lot of heat, but there we go. We got on top of him. Now we just have to secure the kill by debuffing him. And then just landing enough attacks, right? Chosen will also be really good. Ah, crap. Some plague drones got on top of me. Let's focus them down. Oh, we're now activating our Chosen. Maybe they'll be able to cook up a storm. Oh, boy. Come on, come on. Okay, maybe I can focus fire him now with the pinks. There's still another army over in the distance that we gotta manage here. He's taking decent damage. My guys aren't doing so hot either. Let's get in some Furies so they don't get too many hits on them. Okay, Furies are in. Looks like this left flank is doing more or less great. Pinks are firing. Yo, what's his resistances, man? 35%. And he has 71 armor. Man, I really should have gone Plague of Rust. He's just tanking it. Let's see here. I could also Final Transmutation him. That's my plan B. So far the flank is going fine with the... Okay, they have a stealth ability. Interesting. Okay, yeah, I think I should have just let him overextend. I think catching him out here was actually Not a good idea.
True power. Siege command.
Yeah. Yeah, my heroes suck in melee. Can I kill the Exalted? Can I kill the unclean one? Can I hit him with the missile, maybe? God dang, wait, yo, this battle's actually spice. It's a lot of Nurgle. Okay, so I think I probably do have to get like some proper mini blob tech then. I think having my front line so wide is a misplay. I think we do just have to. I think we do have to min-max the spell casting and like cram ourselves in here probably. Because I'm like losing way too many aspiring champions here. And I need them to like hard blob. All right, let's try it. I got the quick load. Yeah, there's a 10-second cooldown reduction for my sorcerers. Legend had disaster battles where he tried for hours. Actually? He's kind of... I remember he had a cycle charging one. I don't know if he, like, retried them a lot, though. Alright, take 2. Take 3. I think we do have to... I think you have to minor... Yeah, I think you gotta take out the mini cheese. I'm going to use that terrain to get them to just hard blob. Because it's not like they do damage. And I'll take a lot less damage, too. Convex. Defensive line. I feel like, I feel like it might just be like, just like a group of melee and then a bunch of pinks in the back line. If I can kill the Exalted dude, too, that can't give him the Lord Loss penalty. This is a fun one though. This is like a nice little puzzle. All right. They actually don't have that many units either. It's like 600 per. It's just that it's all chosen in ogres. They have more units, so it doesn't work. Yeah, I think they will naturally send a few guys to the flank. The problem is actually like this army doesn't have a lot of mobile pieces. I feel like I really need mobile pieces to kill off the plague drones, like something to just countercharge them. But mayhaps we can use our spawn for that. So the spawn are magic damage. They should be able to hurt them quite a bit. Okay, all right. Here we go. So we're getting our ranged core way back here, okay? Though I'm only gonna activate them after things are a little bit more calmed down. Okay, so there's my strike squad. You go in here. What I really want are my holding units, and I need them in layers. That should keep them nice and safe. So here's my mobility core with the dragon ogres. There we go. So they're gonna hand back to kill off the plague drones. I think 3 spawn should be good enough. And then I just need my guys to hold into infinity. All right. Okay, so Legend does reload. Really? I don't remember ever seeing him reload. That's good to know. So he bleeds. All right, here we go. This is great. This is marvelous. So I'm gonna scoot up over here. We have our backline defense. And this choke point is where it's at. They're gonna get like a minor flank, but nothing too terrifying. I can probably kill it with my Fury Summons at the beginning. And I can also use my my mobile squad here to handle it. Alrighty, here we go. First things first. Get the Furies going. The Furies will be most impactful while the numbers are relatively small. So we're gonna tackle them now. Those are Centaur throwing axes. Interesting. And yeah, this will just massacre their flanking force. And then it's just going to be this frontline blob. So the name of the game is holding as long as possible so that the pinks can cook. And I need their healing engines to overextend for this to work properly. By leaving some of my guys outside of combat, I don't have to deal with vigor issues. That part is pretty nice. And I should probably start casting magic right away just to get things started right. I just have to be super careful with the caster. Make sure he doesn't take too much damage because I really need him for the late game. Nice, nice. All right. The Centaur throwing axes are down. Next, we kill the toads. This is going great. The flank is going amazing. And so begins the grind. So, to get that Lord loss penalty. Pinks. The time is nigh. Actually, can we kill the Plague Ogres first? That would be amazing. Pinks will be just focus firing. They're really safe in this back line, so I don't have to worry about checkerboarding them. I do have to clear off this, though. Nice. Very good damage on the Plague Ogres. And this blob is way better. It's way better for me. Because previously I was kind of, yeah, I was just way too wide. Even here, like this choke point was a bit wider. This feels a little bit more comfortable. Nice. There you go. So the mobile core is down now. And now I should be able to spam my magics. Mostly to kill off the single entities. Great Unclean One's going down. Lord loss penalty surely is on its way now. Horsemen can contribute to the fight over there. And now the money shot. There we go. Yeah, there's a lot of AI manipulation stuff that you gotta do here. But that's gonna wreck them real good. All right, and now that we've won the flank, now we're completely set over there. His ability is not fully built up yet, but I did kill the Exalted Unclean One, which means now I can retarget on Talogast. Oh my gosh, that was great value. Amazing value. All right, I should be able to kill these guys too. Some of their forces are pushing in, but I have a little bit of infantry in reserve to save my pinks. All right. Talogast. Talogast, what a tank dude. If I could just get another Stormfire, though, it's not the end of the world. Holy crap, those Plague Drones are kind of killing my hero, too. It's not over just yet. The pinks, at least, are doing fine. I gotta chase this guy off, actually. You gotta make sure he actually leaves the battlefield. Don't have a lot of magic left, either. Alright. Okay, at least the drones are dead. How's it doing? Holy crap. He's so tanky, man. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm just gonna save up for another Stormfire. This Great Unclean One too is definitely need to go down. How many dudes do they have left? Decent amount. I can pull back with a couple of my pinks though. Maybe we can turn this into a kite game. How's his HP looking? I think I had a fireball caster, yeah. So you can get a fireball over there. Great Unclean One's gonna go down, so that'll help with the leadership and all that. And these guys can definitely just snipe the cultists. That part's pretty easy. Do I have magics? We do. Let's just plop that down. This cultist is still alive. I do have another Stormfire at least, but I'm not doing a great job re-blobbing them. There you go. All right. This blob will do. Unfortunately, my hero here might take a little bit of damage, but looks like he'll be fine. Stormfire drops. Nice. Next, we gotta kill, yes, we killed Talocast, and then we killed his cultist, and then it's just finishing off the rest of their units. I got a nice re-blobbing of my infantry here. That's huge. And if I can just use all the ammunition on my guys, we'll be fine. I have a lot of spawn here on the flank, too. They'll be able to provide their sick, buffering for a while. It's just a really nice position for a blob. Okay, Talogast. Talogast is down. Beautiful final transmutation. Okay, it's just the remnants. I have like about half an army left to deal with. The cultist is gone. Hell yeah, we chased him off. Heroes are still decent on the HP front. You're fully charged now, right? Yeah, he's fully charged. Horsemen need to buy time for my pinks. I just have to like kind of slow rotate them into this blob now. Another stream without exercise? I have the exercise thing. What are you talking about? It's right there, man. Let's see. Oh boy, I really need these pinks to get their value. You think value trading is a better strategy than capping points in Dom? Most of the time, yeah. It's not too uncommon to see people get army wiped. Okay, Hero Squad's doing okay. Oh god, another plague drone incoming. Yeah, I have the blob. I just don't have the magic, though. I just don't really have the winds of magic now. Yeah, he's routing. Honestly, best run kind of felt like it was just chilling in this choke point. But yeah, we're just getting like a few too many routes, aren't we? The hill is also to my advantage over here. This is definitely winnable, though. It's like, it's pretty close, right? Isn't the cultist on a Nurgle Shrine? Shouldn't you kill that first? There's 2 Nurgle Shrines, and they're both insanely tanky. The cultist one, though, is definitely... Oh, he doesn't have the missile resist. Okay, so the cultist one would be way more snipeable. Okay, yeah, I think we got a position on this hill. I think that's the... I think if we do that, then I think we win it. And we focus the Nurgle Shrine first, the cultist, because he's the one... He's the one that should die almost instantly. All right, let's give it our best shot. Okay, I thought this was going to be way easier. Huh. Are aspiring champions immune to flanking? Nope. I can't afford that anymore. Someone spend my points. Oh, dang. The usual intensity overconfidence, the classic. All right, here we go. Here we go. Oh, boy. No regiments of renown. All right. Yeah, so this is like twice the size of mine. The focus fire will be good. And I think in the choke point, they're not going to push through the flank, so it can actually play it a little bit tighter. Just YOLO your lord in the first 3 minutes. Alright, here we go. I'm starting to think you're not supposed to wait a turn. It's more fun this way. So I got a hella min-max this. All right. All right, here we go. You think that? Oh, okay. You think that I'm not supposed to wait a turn? If we can still win it, I think that that would be amazing. So what I need is like the perfect blue positioning. So I think you don't actually span the gap. You don't span the full gap here. You blob up like so. Just stack them up. Get the marauders over there. We got our horsemen and chariots, dragon ogres, other horsemen. There we go. You are chilling in there along with the caster. Nice. Okay. All right. Pinks all the way down the line. So this is a way better positioning for the pinks. We can put the war shrine just like so. And nice. So this way I can blob them a lot more for the final transmutations or like the Searing Dooms or what have you. All right. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right. So now's the time. Now is the time. So they didn't flank this time. I'm leaving intentional gaps open because the AI just simply is not smart enough to actually move through. Gives me a great opportunity for my pinks to go ham. Nice. Very nice. All right, and the first thing we gotta deal with is this cavalry unit. You can see they kind of just auto aggro once they get close enough. Silly AI. Silly AI making misplays. Let's actually use a Fury Summon here just to ensure these Chaos Knights don't do too much damage. There's a little bit of a flanking going on here. I don't think there's much I can do to disrupt that. But as it stands, the pinks are having the time of their lives. And so begins the big blobbing. All right. Is it worth it to use magic right now? Initially, I lost a lot of Winds of Magic. Like, I'm able to spend my magic pretty quickly, so I think I'm actually just gonna hold fire until it gets a little bit better for me. You got this? I think so. I think this is the one. This one is the run. Okay, there's no Fury Summon. Chariots over here to kill off his Forsaken. There we go. We routed off his Chaos Knights. This is a way better angle for the pinks. Unfortunately, he does get one Plague Drone in there in the back line, but a little bit of Focus Fire will take him out. It's not blobbed up enough. I'm going to wait for the rest of his forces to show up here. All right. This is all infantry, so it's actually perfect for my chariots now. Okay, Plague Drone's going down. He's almost there. He's almost in there. This flank is actually a little sus. Oh, he actually got a couple toads through too. That's kind of unfortunate. Looks like my master plan did not work out as expected. Okay, all right. So now that we have the maximum number of units here, now we go for the final transportation. Because we're hitting a ludicrous number of units with that. Chariots can just go in here and fight the good fight. And then it's just this little pocket that I gotta deal with. They're pretty annoying, so I just want to get them killed off so that I can focus my efforts on this side. So we're gonna burn a little bit of magic for that. This should give me some cooldown reduction for another final transmutation in but a second. There goes his great and clean one. Nice. Okay, not too bad. I'm gonna send in one Marauder in there. All right, his Plague Toads are going down. Another one of those bombardments. And these are like the most value final transmutations ever, right? Another one. Okay, now where's that Nurgle caster? I think the Nurgle shrine isn't even here yet, so I don't have to worry about it. Final transmutation does pretty good damage to the Lord. Unfortunately, I don't really have a great spot to cast my Stormfire. I guess this will do. I guess we'll just slap it down over there. Let's see. Here we go. Hey, nice. His Lord's almost down. Nurgle Shrine is... Does anyone see the Nurgle Shrine? I think maybe we killed the Nurgle Shrine early. I don't know. But him being gone is definitely a huge plus. Okay. The flank survives mostly. Some of our flank is actually getting compromised, but I have infantry to save them. All right. Another final transportation. And there's the healing down. Thank goodness. All right, it's just dealing with these guys now. The Forsaken is super annoying because they annihilate skirmish cav. Chariots can get in here. Do I have another final transportation? Not quite yet. If I can just get that guy to... how much does this cost? 4 Winds of Magic? Okay, so that's pretty worth spamming normal cast. Forsaken are almost down. Cultist is almost down. Flank is a little sus, but at least my guy's still alive. You know what? I'll just let him. I'll just let him escape. It's fine. And then, yeah, we're just saving up for Stormfire. Final Transmutation is... I think it'll do technically less damage than my other abilities, but it's worth because it deals with the single entities, which are a much bigger issue. There we go. Want to cast us off cooldown. There he is. He's back. Get another fireball into his face, maybe. We're at the final stretch now. It's just the last few dudes. It's the soul grinders that may be an issue if we're not able to clean up fast enough here. There you go. Lord's wavering at least. Okay, all right. I will say my infantry is holding really well this time around. Must be a mix of like high ground advantage and a few other things. Blues, I mean pinks are doing pretty good. Okay, here's another Stormfire. Nice. Lord's dead. Oh, thank goodness. Another final transportation. There we go. Chase these guys off. You know, I almost don't want to chase them off because it's going to bring in new dudes, but I think I kind of have to. Alrighty, there's a mass route. So the Stormfire did great. I still have whack loads of pinks. All I got to deal with now are the last of the single entities. It's definitely the best one we've had yet, though. Redeemed a stretch, thank you. Oh, something wonky with Twitch, really? Ah, you've complained twice about the no exercise, but it's been there, huh? Weird. All right, anyways. I should be able to kill off their heroes there. I will have yet another final transmutation. Technically, I have infinite winds of magic. We simply just need enough time here. Should be able to get a Lord snipe. There you go. Let's finish sniping off all the Lords. The squad should be able to kill the soul grinders, but they can't really get there just yet because there's so many death heads. At least I can probably shoot those guys to death. Here we go. Get that snipe. All right. There we go. We got a Fury summon to deal with that death head wave.
I am the only constant.
And there's a Helm of Discord. Crap, he was too far away. Kind of a silly maneuver on my part. Yeah, I'm still going to be able to use most of it, though. That's nice. Okay, Furies. Chase down the Plague Drones. And do I I want to stick around for this fight? I think we want to back up so the pinks can shoot. The soul grinders are firing away too, but they shouldn't do too much damage. There's the last of the units. The end is nigh. The end is nigh. Just a couple plague drones left. I still have lots of magic, so that's a great final transportation spot. As long as the pinks don't die, I think we did it. Hey, look at that. Pinks shredding the plague drones. Spawn should be no issue. Do I have any more Fury summons left? The answer is no, not quite. Ugh. Sorcerer has to be a little careful too. Dang, the pinks though. The pinks are getting so much work done. Yeah, it really just depended on how well you could defend them. And giving them just that little bit of high ground advantage. Hell yeah. Easiest disaster battle of my life. Oh boy. Very nice. Soul grinders, you know what? They'll just run out of ammunition. I don't have to worry about them much. I'm sure they're friendly firing a little bit too. Okay, nice. Got our abilities. Do I need to final transportation this? Probably not until they send their heroes in. Very nice. Oh my gosh, look at that. Cinematic. Let's see here. So there's a couple plague ogres. Now if I just focus fire them. We'll just give them a focus firing. Then final transportation to get them to the breaking point. Chariots versus horsemen is actually fine for me. And the Helm of Discord to make sure that we don't take undue damage. Yo, the line of sight on the pinks is so good, man. This hill's actually an amazing position for them. It's so perfect. All right, another one of these. Get one of those down. All right. Let's see here. Okay, one more final transportation here. Are they almost out? Yeah, they're almost out. They got like nothing left. Let's go, pinks. Oh my gosh. And fairly cheeseless too. Aside from like the mild blobbing, I'd say that was not super cheesy or anything. It was just kind of a normal battle using a million pinks. Oh boy. Great final transportation. The soul flare goes down. Nice. And there's another Searing Doom. We did it. We did it. The disaster battle has been solved. Jeez Louise. Technically, there's still 2 soul grinders left, but yeah, they just hit army losses. Huzzah! Oh my goodness. All right. Oh. Jeez. Yeah, the pink horror missiles are great. So they use like all their ammunition, man. Holy value on all of them. They paid for themselves like 5 times over, all the pinks. What a turn. Amazing. All right. I'm saving that replay. Disaster. Hell yeah. So it is possible. I didn't need any regiments of renown. I didn't need to single out their armies. I just needed a million pinks to shoot for the entirety of the battle. Amazing. Well, I hope you guys found that entertaining. That was actually pretty fun. That's the last of the disaster battle submissions though. So if you want to manufacture a disaster battle and send it my way, feel free to. We obviously need it to be more difficult than that. I see no wheels and not much that could be called Undead. What's the big idea? Yeah, that was earlier in the stream. YouTube's weird. I want to like keep changing the stream title. Jeez, hella value. 23,000 gold. Amazing. All right. And I assume Norgal's gonna leave me alone. Oh god, he still has another army. He still has another army. Alright, it's fine though. Like this one. Okay, just because I just want to know how it goes. We're just gonna play this just to see. Interesting Nurgle army. So it's Great Unclean One, but he doesn't outnumber me massively. I'm just super battered and bruised. Easy battle, yeah, it's super easy. I guess I do have all my final transmutations. And I don't think he has a War Shrine either. That part's mildly helpful, I guess. He's gonna spawn with me at the edge of the map, though. Kind of sus. Take two! Oh boy, he's just waiting on me. Alright, so I gotta get there ASAP to give some support to the army. Interesting! Alright, here we go. Oh, my lord has like no HP. He's on a dragon though, that's hype. Unfortunately, he's gonna get his face destroyed immediately. Oh boy. Get in there, boys! Alright, final transmutation to kill off the heroes. This guy's on a chariot now, I guess. You have to absolutely use this to get some Furies going. Oh, they do have a cultist on a shrine. Maybe I can out DPS them though. I think that's not entirely out of the question. I'm really worried about that. Let's see. Where's my caster at? He's in the midst of battle. You know, this force is doing pretty good. I will have like 2 pinks that are able to hang out here. Okay, Lord needs to escape. Maybe I can get some sick breath attacks with him. A final transmutation here would be amazing. No magic though. Let's breath attack him. Let's get the transmutation. HP on these guys is a little higher than I would have wished for. Come on, get there, boys. Your lord needs you. Yeah, it's a pretty good final transmutation. I might be able to kill the plague drones too. He's low, but he's not out. Still has 600 HP. That's good. Okay, that's a pretty good bombardment. It's like almost winnable. I don't think I'm gonna try to win this battle though. I think winning the first one is good enough. Although, all I need is that sweet, sweet infinite magic. Okay. Do we have another cast? Not quite yet. It's because not enough people have died near him yet, right? Okay, now they have. As long as the aspiring champions hold here, we might be able to get enough transmutations. It's gonna be a doozy though with this cultist nearby. Okay, Bile Troll's almost down. If I can get those pinks in to save them though, it would be huge. Leadership is fairly high. Even though my guys are injured, it doesn't matter that much. Oh, come on, not the caster. Okay, there we go, there's another one. That's huge. Come on, come on. There you go, fairly good transmutation. Man, I wish I had it at level 2 and I could overcast it. That'd be so much better. Can I kill the Great Unclean One, perhaps? He's fleeing the scene. All right, focus the Nurgle cultist. I still have a guy on, I still have a Dragon Lord. I can't believe he lived. I still have a couple horsemen over here and 1 pink. Okay, Great Unclean One's down. Nice. This Helm of Discord. No magic though, man. I ain't got no magic. Oh yeah, and then there's this. Well, You know, such is life. Although, Aspiring Champions are still technically holding. Let's see here. Cultist is still there. Can I get him with the breath attack, maybe? Because, like, this is not that bad. Maybe I can cycle charge him to death. Come on, Cultist. We'll breath attack him. Very nice breath attack. Okay. And a fireball for good measure. Okay, here we go. And then maybe I can run with this guy. Like, you run with them, and then you just spam Final Transmutation to win the battle. I'm pretty sure we're going to get army loss in like a second, but in terms of overall damage dealt, not that bad. Valiant defeat. Well, there you go. We still lose, but I think it was a fun challenge. This was a nice little challenge. Oh boy, here we go. Max exercise every time it is not on cooldown. Noble Naldor. Teaching the young uns to get me to exercise. Maybe I'll do a little bit of a jog after the stream. We'll see though. Anyways, that was pretty fun. If you guys want to submit disaster campaigns my way, do it. Manufacture terrible fights. I think this was really fun. If you want to just give me, like, you know, weird army or what have you, do it. For now, though, we're going to call it a day. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing Imric Zero Economy Buildings campaign. That should be pretty fun. So keep an eye out for that. And I think that's basically it. Yeah, I think that's it. I'll see you guys later. I'm kind of tired. I need to get some food. We got a lot to do. Skaven slaves into 5 Dreadquakes. I'm sure Legend could still find a way. You just have to, like, set the battle timer to 20 minutes and just dodge the Dreadquakes the whole time. If you want to mega cheese it. That's just a normal Imric campaign. Don't let them know. Well, people say Imric campaign's pretty difficult. Especially with the start position, too. We'll see. We'll see.